22. The building to which Luke had been taken was only 100 kilometers or so, he guessed, from the Bothan safe house. That hadn't stayed safe very long, had it? And he was now locked in a strongly reinforced cell. The technology here was a whole lot lower than the Bothans had been. The walls were plain, of some hard substance, a neutral gray. The heavy door was sheathed in durasteel plate, and a window at eye level was crisscrossed with metal mesh, the strands of which were as thick as his little finger. A guard pushing 2 meters tall and probably half that wide stood across the hall with a blast rifle, staring at the door. There was a heavy plastic cot bolted to the floor, with a thin pad and a blanket on it. A dim light overhead cast faint and fuzzy shadows. In one corner was a shallow depression in the floor with a fist-sized round hole in the middle of it. He had a pretty good idea what that was used for. Other than those things and himself, there was nothing in the cell. Well, it could be worse. There could be vermin. Luke sat on the cot. They'd taken his comlink and lightsaber, but they hadn't roughed him up or tortured him. Yet, anyway. Who were they? What did they want? As if in answer, the lock on the cell door clicked and the door swung inward. The Barabelle stepped into view. Luke couldn't see her very well. He was pretty sure now it was a her. She seemed to find the darkest of the shadows as if she belonged there. Well, that didn't matter either. He could hear her well enough. "I don't suppose you want to tell me what's going on?" The Barabelle made a gesture Luke interpreted as a shrug. "No reason why not. No point in being unpleasant. There's nothing you can do about it." There was a happy thought. "I am Skahutul. I make my living as a bounty hunter, as do the others with me. It seems there's a large reward, a very large reward, offered to whoever delivers Luke Skywalker to them, alive and well, no questions asked. Realizing what a difficult chore this might be, a group of us decided to band together. Better to have a portion of a lot of credits than none. Lucky for us, you and those blasted Bothans have increased the amounts of the shares the survivors of the attack will collect. It's the same pie, but there are now fewer of us to divide it among." Before he could speak, she continued, "Oddly enough, there is a second reward being offered for Luke Skywalker. This one is for him, you, dead. Fortunately for you, the second amount is not quite as large as the first, so we plan to keep you healthy until we can collect it." "Here's a third option," Luke said. "How would I give you more than either bounty to let me go?" Skahatul laughed, a hard-edged sound that lapped against the solid walls and bounced back to them. "Oh, certainly. We, my colleagues and I, would be open to such an offer." Here was a chance. He could borrow the credits from Leia and pay her back later. "How much are we talking about?" Skahatul named a figure. "Whoa! You could buy half a city with that many credits." "With enough left over for you and 6 or 8 of your friends to retire upon and live happily ever after," the bounty hunter said. "Did we miss something in our search? You have a credit tab with that much in your pocket, perhaps?" "I wish." If Leia had that much, he'd never live long enough to pay it back, even if he made it to general. Unless he was out walking and tripped over a mountain of platinum that didn't belong to anybody. Not much chance of that. Skahatul laughed. "It is good that you maintain your sense of humor." Her voice turned serious. "But be warned, any attempt to escape will be met with maximum resistance. We know how resourceful Jedi Knights are. You are worth a few thousand more alive than dead, however. Better to collect the smaller bounty than to risk losing it all. Is this understandable?" "Yeah, I get it." "Good. It's not personal, you know. Some of us even admire what you've done against the Empire, having some sympathies in that direction, but business is business. Behave yourself and you'll be treated well. You'll be kept in here, but you'll be fed and unmolested until we arrange for our benefactor to pay us and collect you." "You want to tell me who this benefactor is?" "Not to worry. You'll find out soon enough." With that, Skahatul oozed back through the door and shut it behind herself. Luke stared after her. Well, this was great. Captured by a bunch of bounty hunters and sold to the highest bidder. Good thing the one who wanted him dead, and who might that be, was not as generous as whoever wanted him alive. Given the money involved, he had no idea about who the latter could be. Darth Vader could throw that many credits out a window and never miss them, were the stories true. According to what he'd heard, if Vader's personal fortune was changed into credit coins and dumped in a pile, you could spend the rest of your life digging in it with a shovel and not get to the bottom. Leia sure didn't have that much. Probably the whole alliance didn't have that much. He'd better think of something fast. He had an idea that if he stood face to face with Vader unarmed, he wasn't going to have much of a chance of surviving that meeting. Good idea, Luke. Think of something. What? The droid, who looked like a woman, had hidden her ship in a small clearing centered in a vast rainforest 200 kilometers away from Avaro's casino. The ride didn't take long by land speeder, and it was just the three of them, Geary, Chewie, and Leia. Storm clouds gathered in layers of purple and gray as they arrived. The rumble of thunder followed close after the bright flashes of approaching lightning. The air had that damp, wild smell that ran before a hard rain. Leia and Chewie stared at the ship. It was a sleek, somehow almost feminine craft, shaped vaguely like a figure 8 lying on its belly, bristling with guns fore and amidships, a quad of powerful-looking engines mounted aft. "My vessel, the Stinger," Geary said. "Very nice." "Named by my master," she said. "An appropriate designation." "We'd better get on board before the storm gets here," Leia said. The trio started for the ship. Dash and Lando weren't particularly happy being left behind, but Leia wouldn't risk any more people than she had to. Chewie was enough. If this turned out to be what Geary and the mysterious Zizor claimed, it would be fine, assuming they got past the pickets around Coruscant and on-planet customs. If not, no point in all of them getting into trouble. Well, any more trouble than they were already in. The rain let go in earnest, and they ran for the ship. They got drenched anyhow. A couple of days had passed at least. Luke had lost track of the time, since there wasn't any light except for the dim one in the cell, and no transparisteel on the outside. He was practicing his levitation, hovering a few centimeters over the cot, when he heard approaching footsteps. He allowed himself to drop to the cot. He didn't want to reveal he knew how to do this. There weren't any holocams in the cell that he'd been able to detect, and the guard usually stayed across the hall. The door clicked, and Skahatul stepped silently into the room. "So, has my buyer paid up?" "Not exactly." Luke slipped off the cot and stood, facing the shorter Barabel. "What does that mean?" "It means that after a discussion with my colleagues, we realized that you might be even more valuable than we thought." "More valuable? Come on." "There are two factions who want you. It was suggested that we might be able to pump up the price by playing them off against each other." Luke blinked. "You're going to have them bid for me? Like a slave?" "Something like that." "Who are these people?" Skahotul did something like a shrug. "To be honest, we don't know. Our contacts have been very, circuitous. Agents of agents of agents kind of thing." Luke couldn't think of anything to say. "Of course, we must be very, circumspect in our dealings. Players with the kind of money we are talking about must be very powerful. A misstep might be most dangerous. Fatal. So you solicit higher offers from them. What if the ones who want me dead come up with more credits?" "Like I said before, it's not personal, just business." Luke stared at the Barabel. "You'll excuse me if I take it personally." His voice was as dry as his throat had suddenly become. In his lair, Zizor smiled. Geary had the princess, and they were on their way here. Perfect. He leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers. Sometimes it was almost disappointing how easily he accomplished his ends. It would be good to have a challenge now and then, as he had in the old days before he was master of so much, when he'd had to work a little. Ah well, better to win easily than to lose. The Emperor sat in his favorite throne, the one set a meter higher than the rest of the room. Vader entered, dropped to one knee. "My master." "Rise, Lord Vader." Vader did so. He hoped whatever the Emperor wanted was something easy and brief. He had just received word from his agents that Luke had been found. His captors, it seemed, were a ragtag band of bounty hunters who were demanding more money. Vader's agents knew who they were, but not precisely where they were hiding, and it seemed there was another bidder who also wanted Luke. Vader would have his people offer whatever it took. Money meant nothing when compared to the dark side, and he fully intended to turn the boy in that direction. He considered going to collect Luke himself, to Kothlis, where he was reportedly being held, but to leave Imperial Center just now would be dangerous. He needed to be here to watch Zizor. The criminal's twisted plans had ensnared the Emperor, and to walk away might well be a fatal mistake. "You will go to Kotless," the Emperor said, "and collect young Skywalker." Once again, Vader was glad his face was masked. He had not expected to hear this. How did the Emperor know? Who in Vader's organization had betrayed him? There was no way the Emperor should be privy to that information. Not yet. Only a handful of Vader's most trusted agents knew it. Unless the Emperor was the other bidder for Luke? No, that made no sense. The Emperor had given the task to Vader. He would not enter into a bidding war against himself. "I have already sent my agents for him," Vader tried. "Agents are not to be trusted. Skywalker grows stronger in the Force each day. I remind you that he has within him the power to destroy us. Only you are potent enough to capture him." "Yes, my master." There was no arguing with him once he'd made his mind up. Surely Prince Zizor's foul hand was involved in this. It would not be wise to bring that up. The Emperor had made it quite clear that the Dark Prince was his concern, and it would not be a good idea to reveal that Vader had plans of his own concerning Zizor. "There is another reason. You are aware that Prince Zizor's scheme to allow the plans for the Death Star to fall into rebel hands has been implemented." "Yes, my master." "The plan proceeds over my objections." "Those objections have been noted, Lord Vader. As it happens, the plans have been transported from the freighter hijacked off Bothawi to Kothlis. Quite a coincidence, don't you think? That Luke and the fruits of Zizor's twisted plot were on the same planet at the same time? A coincidence? Doubtful." "We must appear to make an attempt to recover the plans," the Emperor continued, "to convince the rebels that the plans are genuine, and that we are distressed by their loss. Therefore, your trip will serve two purposes. You can fetch Skywalker, and you can destroy some of the local scenery so the rebels will be gulled into believing we are concerned over the theft." He had to at least try. "Any of our admirals could go and wave the flag and fire the guns. I have many pressing matters here." "More pressing than my commands, Lord Vader?" "So much for that idea." "No, my master." "I thought not. I will have Skywalker with us or destroyed. The sooner the better. And the end of the rebellion is near. If you personally lead the attack, the rebels will be convinced that we think these plans of great value." "Yes, my master." Vader left the chambers, and once again his simmering anger threatened to bubble up and overcome him. Zizor's touch was like a thick night fog, dark, clammy, seeping into the smallest cracks to chill and dampen. Once again he had maneuvered the Emperor into getting his rival out of the picture. With Vader and Kothlis, who knew what cloying webs that reptilian spider would spin for the Emperor, Vader resolved to make it a fast trip. The call came from the picket line of Imperial Star Destroyers and frigates posted around the planet. "Entry code," the bored voice said. Inside the Singer, Geary responded with a number. A moment went by. "Pass. Lock into the landing grid and put it on auto." Geary operated the ship with an offhand expertise that was most impressive. She tapped controls, her hands dancing rapidly. Leia and Chewie looked at each other. "They will check for contraband at customs," Geary said, as if reading Leia's mind. "Black Sun has contacts there, but we cannot make it too obvious that you are under our protection. Time to go change." Chewie said something. It didn't sound happy. "You wanted to come along," Leia said. He didn't like it, but he left and went to the fresher. Once the ship was on auto, Geary stood and walked to a locker. She removed some clothes and a full-head muzzle mask helmet from the locker, tossed them at Leia. "Here. Put these on." The clothes stank. Leia wrinkled her nose at them. Geary said, "They belong to Bosch, an Ubi's bounty hunter. Bosch was quite good at the trade. He did a lot of contract work for Black Sun. He retired recently." "As it happens, I speak a bit of Ubi's," Leia said. "We know. The costume is not a coincidence." Leia looked at the clothes. "What happened to this Bosch? He retired?" "Quite suddenly. He tried to rascal Black Sun for more credits on a delivery for which there was an agreed-upon contract. That was unwise." The sound of the last statement gave Leia a chill. She moved to don the clothing. She had a feeling Bosch would not be needing these smelly clothes again. When Chewie returned in a few minutes, it was all Leia could do to keep a straight face. Where his fur had been brown and gray, it was now mottled with large patches of black. A raccoon-like mask encircled his eyes, and the fur on his head had been trimmed into a short spacer's cut. She turned to Geary, who said, "Meet Snuva, a well-known Wookiee bounty hunter." Chewie was unhappy, and that came through in whatever it was he said. "Stop complaining," Leia said. "The dye will wash out and your fur will grow back. In a couple of weeks you'll be back to normal." Leia put her helmet on and tested the built-in Vox scrambler. When she spoke, her voice was electronically altered. She knew enough Ubis to get by, and as long as she didn't run into a native of that place, she should be okay. Her speech buzzed and clicked and sounded to her own ears as if it were indeed coming from an alien throat. Chewie gargled and moaned, and Geary nodded. "Yes, it will do. We'll be landing soon." Leia nodded and removed the helmet. She hoped Geary knew what she was doing. 23. A thin man brought Luke food and drink twice a day. He had eaten worse, eaten better, too. The routine was usually the same when breakfast or supper arrived. The thin man carried a tray to the door. The guard unlocked the door, leveled his blast rifle at Luke, and backed him to the cot. The thin man put the tray on the floor, just inside the door, then left with the guard. This time, Luke asked the thin man for the time. "What do you care?" the thin man said. "Why do you care if I care?" Luke returned. The thin man sneered, but he told Luke what time it was and departed. This was the evening meal, as Luke had suspected. The reason for his question was simple. He was planning on leaving, and he wanted the cover of darkness. Once he got out of the building, better they were not able to spot him, that he could use the night for camouflage. Luke ate. The liquid was sweet, brown, and fizzy. The food was bland. Soy pro, cutlets, some kind of orange vegetable, something green and crunchy. But there was no point in escaping on an empty stomach. Once he got to his X-Wing and lifted, there was no telling how long it would be before he got a chance to eat again. Once he got to his X-Wing. He grinned around a mouthful of the green stuff. Like that was going to be the easy part. "It would not be wise for them to be seen together," Geary told Leia. "After you clear customs, meet me at these coordinates." Leia and Chewie agreed. There were a few tense moments at customs. The guard examined the holocard ID that said Leia was Bausch, tapped it against the table in front of him. "Purpose of your visit?" "Business," Leia said in Ubese. Her voice clicked and buzzed through the mask. "I see you are licensed to carry that weapon, but we do not take kindly to people who use them on Imperial Center." Leia said nothing. "I think we'll have to take that helmet off," he said, "just to be certain you match the holograph." He tapped the card again, looked at it. One can't be too careful. Leia said, "It will damage my lungs to breathe this air without my filters." "I can arrange an atmosphere room," he began. He stopped. Chewie moved close to Leia, and the guard rumbled something. She realized how used to him she'd gotten every time she took in his disguise. Good old Chewie. He was as dependable as sunlight, loyal to a fault. "What's your problem?" the guard said. Chewie babbled something that sounded angry. "I don't care if you're late for an appointment," the guard said. But the line of people waiting to pass through customs was starting to lengthen, and the guard suddenly thrust Leia's ID card back at her. "Move along, bounty hunter. I have others to process." Once Chewie was through, he and Leia moved quickly away from the area. "Okay, now we go and see my contact. This section of the underground is relatively safe," she said, "but still not a place where you want to relax your guard." Chewie nodded and patted his bowcaster. Said something. "If you just asked why we aren't going directly to see Geary, I want to see if I can't hedge our bets a little first." Aboard the Executor, Vader considered his upcoming meeting with Luke. Since last they'd met, the boy had had time to come to terms with what he'd been told. On some level, he must know the truth, that Vader was his father. Of course, that had been in another lifetime, when Vader had still been Anakin Skywalker, but the fact of it remained. He would turn him. He knew he could, because he had felt the dark side rise in Luke, had felt the power of his anger. The boy had loosed it once. He could be made to free it again. Each repetition became easier. The dark side was a path that grew wider and deeper each time you trod upon it. Soon it would be no effort at all for Luke to allow the dark side to rule. And the Emperor was right. Luke had much power in him. It was raw, unchanneled, and untrained, but it was vast. His potential was larger than the Emperor's, larger than Vader's, but it was still only potential, and not focused energy. When next they met, Vader would still be more adept, still the master. He would defeat the boy and bring him to the dark side. They would be in accord, father and son. And when that happened, nothing in the galaxy could stop them. None would dare oppose them. All would bow before them. Worlds would tremble at their approach. Under his mask, Vader smiled. Luke took several cleansing breaths, as he had been taught, and tried to release his thoughts at the same time. Ben, Obi-Wan, could plant suggestions in a stormtrooper's mind without apparent effort. It was not so easy for Luke. A couple of times he had managed it, but it required a lot of concentration to summon enough of the Force. You couldn't be worried about whether or not it was going to work, or what would happen if it failed halfway through. You pretty much couldn't have anything else on your mind. Well, at least Luke couldn't. And that made it tricky, given that if it didn't work, or if it quit before he was done, he might wind up dead. No, put those thoughts away. Remember that the Force is with you. You can do this. He took another breath, let half of it out, and allowed the Force to connect him to the mind of the guard in the hall. The sensation was strange, as it always was. It was not as if he were really in two places at once, but more as if there were a part of his own mind that was somehow not quite connected, not quite accessible. A kind of muzzy feeling. Luke became aware that the guard's feet hurt, that he needed a visit to a refresher, that he was tired of standing here holding a blast rifle, watching a metal-blasted door when there was no way anybody could get through it. No way. Open the door. Huh? Who's there? You must open the door. I must open the door. You must put down your rifle and open the door now. I must put down my rifle. Open the door now. Luke watched the guard through the barred window, watched him put his rifle down. Got him, Luke grinned. A mistake. What? Lost him. Concentrate, Luke. Open the door. Luke put the thoughts of victory and loss out of his mind. The only thing that mattered was the guard. Open the door. Yes, open the door. The guard's keycard slipped into the slot. The lock clicked. One of the sweetest sounds Luke had ever heard. He didn't dwell on it. You're very tired. You need to come in and lie on the cot and take a nice nap. Cot. Take a nap. The guard moved into the cell, walked past Luke. Luke took the keycard from the guard's hand. He glanced out into the corridor. Nobody else around. He stepped out of the cell, shut the door carefully, dropped the keycard on the floor, and picked up the blast rifle. He looked back. The guard snored on the cot. Now, this was more like it. He started down the corridor. He felt pretty confident. This guard had been easier than the one at the carnival where he'd practiced walking on the tightrope. He ought to be able to take care of any others he ran into, either with the Force or the rifle. He also ought to head straight for the nearest exit and leave. With any luck, it would be hours before anybody even knew he was gone. But he wanted to see if he could find his lightsaber first. He'd spent a lot of time building it, and since the escape had been so easy, he was pretty sure he could retrieve his Jedi weapon and leave just as easily. The Force was with him. He could do it. He was sure of it. As Leia and Chewie made their way down a dark and twisted passage into the heart of the southern underground, she shook her head. The casino complex on Rhodia made Mos Eisley look good, but it seemed that no matter how awful a place was, there was always another spot that was worse. The southern underground made the casino complex look like a vacation paradise. Beggars were everywhere, dressed in rags, gaunt and demanding. Whatever had driven them underground must be terrible if this was their only option. All manner of illicit offerings were made as she and Chewie moved farther into the maze of underground tunnels. Corridor dwellers would sell them whatever they wanted, and the particulars made Leia's stomach roil. Yes, there had always been such people, but the Empire had caused their numbers to rise tremendously. That which had been a small stain on the joy of the Republic was a blight on the bloated body of the Empire. Chewie growled at a partially clad woman who smiled as she approached them. The woman hastily backed off. The corridor in which they walked was ill lit, splotched with graffiti in half a dozen common languages and pictographics. The walls themselves beaded with liquid as if they had sweated. A planet whose surface was completely built over must have a big foundation. In places, the vast complex of tunnels and artificial caverns was a kilometer deep and continuing to go deeper. Here were locales where the sun's rays never came, where blue-gray mold sometimes grew 10 centimeters thick on walls and ceiling, where the dank and fecund air stank permanently of fungal rot. And worse. A black hooded and robed figure moved out from the darkness under a shattered glow stick, a green four-fingered hand extended for alms. Chewie said something, and the figure moved away. A wave of the unwashed creature's body odor joined the other smells. Chewie wrinkled his nose. The stench was worse than the garbage compactor in which she and Han and Chewie and Luke had found themselves at first meeting. Fortunately for her, her bounty hunter's disguise filtered out the worst of the odors. Poor Chewie. She hoped where they were going had a good filtration system for its air, ozone generators or air fresheners at least. Ahead, a glow stick sputtered, painting the dim corridor with flashes of faltering light before it blinked out. Somewhere in the corridor behind them, somebody, or something, screamed. The cry dwindled into a liquidy gurgle at the end. Leia kept her hand on her blaster. "How long until we leave hyperspace?" Vader asked. "A few hours, my lord," his captain said. "I will be in my chambers. Send someone to tell me when we arrive at the system." "Yes, my lord." "I will be there soon, my son." This was almost too easy, Luke thought as he picked his lightsaber up from the table. The little storage room was empty. No one seemed to be awake or about, and there was his comlink right there on the table. He would call R2, have him warm up the X-Wing, and send Luke a homing signal. Once he got into his ship, these klubs would never catch him again. Luke put the blaster rifle on the table and reached for his comlink. "Who's there? Move and I'll shoot." Uh-oh. Deep in the southern underground, the corridor opened up into a huge, hemispherical chamber as big as a city square, with a high roof, good lighting, and a circle of shops around the perimeter. Here the thick smells thinned. People and aliens moved about, protected by armed guards in some kind of uniform, who were obviously here to maintain some semblance of order. It could have been a small-town shopping area almost anywhere on any civilized planet. Around part of the circle where they stood were a bakery, a weapon shop, a shoe store, a clothing kiosk, an electronics market. Here a restaurant, there a cantina, and there a plant store. Leia sighed, relieved. The place had changed since he'd been here, but their destination was still there. "There," she said to Chewie. The inside of the plant store smelled great. Would have been delightful anywhere, but more so given these surroundings. There were platters of gray stick moss, potted stretchy plants, flowers of all kinds, colored from red to violet, and thick, billowy sheets of yellow fungus draped on the walls and ceiling. This latter produced oxygen without a need for sunlight, and was thus particularly suited for underground habitat. The amount of oxy in the air here was so great it made Leia light-headed to breathe it. The ceiling was 4 meters high, necessary because the original owner of the plant shop had been an old Hoden named Spiro. Hoden were usually at least 3 meters tall themselves, counting their vermis-like hair, which looked like nothing so much as a nest of snakes covered with bright red and violet scales. Leia looked around and spotted the tall and spindly alien as he moved from behind a display of feather trees that brushed against the ceiling. Old Spiro was still alive. Another stroke of good luck. "Good meeting," Spiro said. "How may I assist you?" Leia spoke. "We're here to collect a debt, Master Gardener." Since many Hoden were famous for their ecological work, especially that with plants, Master Gardener was considered a high honorific among them. Spiro had earned his title by creating the strain of yellow fungus that hung on his walls and was used all over the galaxy. "I cannot recall that I owe anyone a debt," the old Hoden said. "Certainly not strangers." He looked amused. "Not even Leia Organa?" Now he did smile. "Ah, yes, the princess. I owe her my life and those of my entire family." "She would have you aid us." And how do I know you are from Princess Organa? How else would we know of your debts? He nodded. Reasonable. What would you have of me? We need to know about Black Sun, who runs it, how we might contact them. Spiro sighed. I was about to make tea. Would you care for some? Another time, perhaps. Well then, Black Sun is led by the Falleen, Zizor. He is known variously as the Dark Prince, or sometimes Underlord. He is also the owner and president of XTS, Zizor Transportation Systems, a more or less legitimate concern worth billions in itself. He seldom leaves Coruscant, has a palace that ranks with those of the Emperor and Darth Vader. Spiro pointed up at the ceiling. On the surface, though portions of it extend deep into the ground. Leia and Chewie looked at each other. This confirmed what Geary had told them. It was what she needed to know. Leia nodded and started to turn away. Thank you, Master Gardener, she said. You are welcome, Princess. Leia turned back to stare up at the old alien. Excuse me? Hoden are not limited to their eyes and ears, Princess. The thick, fleshy hair on his head stirred and waved, flashing bright under the shop's lights. We never forget our friends. Leia bowed. Then consider our debt balanced. The Hoden bowed in return. Nonsense. My grandchildren's grandchildren could never live long enough to repay you, but I am happy to have been some small service. Move with care, Princess. Black Sun is a formidable foe. I will. Thank you again, Master Spiro. Outside in the open area, Leia nodded at Chewie. Well, it seems as if that much of Geary's story is true. Best we go and meet her. Chewie growled, and she wasn't sure if he was agreeing or disagreeing with her. 24. Luke still held his lightsaber loosely in his right hand. He gripped the weapon tighter, thumb on the controls. He slowly turned to face the owner of the voice behind him. Sorry, I thought this was the fresher, Luke said. Well, it was worth a try. The alien facing him was a Nikto, and the comet must have puzzled him, at least for a second. Then his horn-rimmed eyes went wide as he recognized Luke. He thrust the blaster out one-handed. Luke thumbed the lightsaber control. The glowing blade added its light to the dim room. The Nikto fired, and a red bolt speared at Luke. He let the force flow, and the bolt ricocheted from his blade, bounced back, and hit the shooter in the foot. The Nikto dropped his weapon, grabbed at his wounded extremity, and began hopping on his other foot, yelling, Ow, 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 ow! If it wasn't so dangerous, it would have been funny. So much for sneaking out undetected. Luke ran at the injured shooter, hit him with his shoulder in passing, and knocked him sprawling. As the swoopers had been, the Nikto also was more adept at cursing than he was at shooting. Doors began to open into the hallway, and armed bounty hunters, most of them dressed for sleep, emerged. He was in for it now. He swung the lightsaber and tried to cut a path to freedom. Leia and Chewie worked their way to where they were to meet Geary. The place was a public park on the surface, a small dab of planted greenery surrounded by plasticrete and durasteel. It took you longer than expected, Geary said when she saw them. We stopped to see the sights, Leia said. Geary glared at her, and Leia felt strongly that the woman, no, the droid, didn't like her. Follow me, Geary said. A horizontal hail of energy bolts stabbed at Luke. The force let him move faster than he thought possible, and he wove a defensive tapestry with the lightsaber that turned the hard rain away. Ricocheting beams hit and pierced walls, bounty hunters, the floor, the ceiling. It was dangerous to be here, no matter where you stood. Amazed as he was at his speed and skill, Luke knew it couldn't continue. He had to miss only one block and he would be a goner. Sooner or later, they'd get him. He ran forward down the hall, and the shooters ahead of him gave way against their own reflected firepower. There was a lot of yelling going on with the blasting. Look out, you fool! There he is! Get him! Watch it! Watch it! I'm hit! He didn't know how far he had to go to get to the exit. He had a good idea that if it wasn't pretty close, he wasn't going to make it. But Luke went with the flow of the force, continued to cut and block, to parry bolts and flesh and bones, as the bounty hunters tried to stop him. There wasn't a lot of choice. He couldn't exactly stop to think about things. Ahead and to his left, the wall suddenly shattered and imploded. Smoking debris spattered in all directions. Some of the bounty hunters were blown down by the implosion. Others fled. Smoke roiled and filled the corridor. Acrid vapor burned Luke's nostrils. The general chaos increased. What? Luke? He knew that voice. Lando? Over here! Yet another blaster joined the fray, only this one wasn't aimed at Luke. Bounty hunters fell. Regroup! Somebody yelled. We're under attack! The confusion increased. Luke saw Lando stride through the smoke and smelly vapor, saw him fire with offhand precision, nailing several of the confused bounty hunters. Like shooting snakes in a shoebox, Lando said. He grinned. You called for a cab? Me? What makes you think I want to leave? I'm having fun here. Luke pivoted and chopped the barrel off an out-thrust blaster. The weapon began to hiss and spew sparks, and the startled owner dropped it and fled. Yeah, right you are. This way. Lando led the way, blaster working. Luke followed, blocking shots from behind. They went through the ruptured wall and into the night. It wouldn't take long for the bounty hunters to pull themselves together. They had better get far away before that happened. I've got a Bauer land speeder parked over there, Lando said. He paused, fired at the building behind him. Let's say we go for a ride. Somebody in the ruptured wall yelled in surprise and pain as Lando's blaster bolt found them. The Falcon's in the middle of a public park 5 minutes away. I left 3PO watching it. 3PO? Where are Leia and Chewie? That's a long story. Better we get back to the ship before I tell it. How'd you know where to find me? Dash gave me the planet. I got here and found out about the raid on the Bothan safe house. I know a few locals who owe me favors. They told me where these yabos had set up shop. Lando ducked. A blaster beam sizzled overhead, missed by a good 2 meters. Can we go now and play Question the Quarian later? Good idea. They ran. Behind them, the bounty hunters kept shooting. Zizor observed with a critical eye the lower branches of a 600-year-old miniature firethorn tree. The small plant had been a gift from a former rival seeking to make peace with Black Sun after a business disagreement. Less than half a meter high, the tiny tree was a nearly perfect replica of the 100-meter-tall firethorn trees that grew only in a single small grove of the Iraguayan rainforest and Abaji. The dwarf tree had been in the former rival's family for 10 generations and was, to one who knew the value of such things, most precious. Were his fortunes to evaporate and leave him completely broke, Zizor would still not sell this plant, not if somebody offered him a decamillion credits. There were those who would offer that much and more. Little trees such as this had connected to them a great deal of history. He moved the tiny mechanical scissors in with great precision, centered the almost hair-fine branch between the blades. Cut. Ah, perfect. That single cut was all the trimming needed this year. Perhaps next season he would take off that obtuse angled branchlet on the next ascending branch. He had a year to think about it. He pulled the scissors away carefully, regarded the firethorn. Beautiful it was. Beautiful enough to excuse the mistakes of its former owner. The man had made errors in judgment, but this gift showed he was also a man of some taste and intelligence. Errors could be forgiven if there were other mitigating reasons. Caesar was, after all, a civilized being, not a reflexive thug. He would allow Princess Leia to find that out about him, just as he would allow her to find out other, more intimate things about him. It's so good to see you are all right, Master Luke. Good to see you too, 3PO, Luke said. Lando hurried past them for the Falcon's cockpit. Move it, Luke, Lando called back. Not only do we have the bounty hunters to worry about, there's an Imperial convoy headed this way. They've just dropped out of hyperspace and into the system. Luke hurried. He reached the control seat and sat, strapped himself down. Yeah? Anybody we know? He was already reaching for pre-flight switches. I didn't get close enough to read nameplates, but the lead ship is a Star Destroyer. Victory class? Bigger than that. Imperial class? Try again. Luke looked away from the controls at Lando, eyes going wide. No. Yup. Super class. Is it Executor? Like I said, I didn't get that close. But how many of those are there? They don't crank those babies up just for fun. Luke stared into infinity. Was it Darth Vader? What would he be doing here? Let's finish the flight check fast, Lando said. I don't think we want to stick around here. I hear that. Wait, R2's in my X-Wing. I know, I spotted it. I've got a tractor beam with his name on it. I'll overfly the X-Wing and pull it up. We'll stow it in with the hull clips. Lando pointed at the control screen. We're gonna slingshot out of here and hit lightspeed fast. Even if it isn't Vader on that monster, we don't want to tangle with it. Luke nodded and reached for the comm. Where are we going? Back to Tatooine. That's where Leia wants us to go. Where is she? Let's talk about that later, okay? Lando touched the controls, listened as the ship's engines came online. Better sit back down there, Goldie, Lando yelled. We're about to be gone. "25." 100 stormtroopers surrounded the building, blasters ready to cook anybody who twitched. Darth Vader stood in the darkness, staring at the breach that had been blown in the building's wall. Night insects hummed, and the air smelled of burned insulation. He didn't need to go inside to know that Luke was not there. If the boy was anywhere within 50 kilometers, he would certainly have felt him. These bounty hunters had captured him. Then they had lost him. Vader was not pleased. The commander of the stormtroopers stood nervously nearby, waiting for a command. Vader gave him such. Bring me the highest-ranking survivor. At once, my lord. The commander waved, and a squad moved into the building. Shots were exchanged. Time passed. 2 troopers emerged, dragging a man between them. They brought him to where Vader stood and released him. The prisoner tottered, but stayed on his feet. Do you know who I am? Yes, Lord Vader. Good. Where is Skywalker? He escaped. Vader clenched his fist, and the man clawed at his throat. I know he escaped, fool. The man choked. His eyes grew wider. Vader waited for a few seconds, then opened his hand. The man gasped, sucked in air. I was asleep, my lord. I awoke to blaster fire. I left my quarters and saw Skywalker in the hall. It didn't seem real. A dozen of us shot at him, and he waved that lightsaber back and forth and blocked the bolts. Despite his anger, Vader was pleased. The boy's skill and power were increasing. Continue. More of our men arrived. We were sure to overcome him, but then the wall blew in. We were attacked. I couldn't tell how many there were. 15, maybe 20. We were outnumbered. When the fighting was over, Skywalker was gone. Vader glanced up into space. An off-planet, too, he would wager. He would take his shuttle back to the Executor. Perhaps it was not too late to catch him. He glanced back at the bounty hunter. I understand that someone else wanted Skywalker. Who? I don't know, Lord Vader. Vader raised his hand again, started to curl his fingers into a fist. Wait, please! I don't know! We dealt with agents. He looked at the bounty hunter, felt something more there. You have a suspicion, Vader said. Not a question. Some of us heard rumors. I don't know if they're true. Tell me. We heard that it was Black Sun. Vader stared at the man. Of course. And this other bitter wanted Skywalker alive and well? No, my lord. They wanted him dead. Abruptly, he turned away, the prisoner forgotten. Of course. He had unconsciously suspected it all along. Now that it was out, it made perfect sense. Caesar wanted to thwart Vader in any manner he could. What better way than to kill his son, and by the same act embarrass him in front of the Emperor? Back to the shuttle, he said to the commander. What about this scum? He waved at the building and the prisoner. Leave them. They are worthless. Vader was already walking away. The Falcon hung in high orbit, about to slingshot away. R2 was safely on board, and Luke's X-Wing was clamped in place. Luke didn't trust the haphazard rig that slung the fighter on the larger vessel, but it kept it out of the way of the guns, and it should hold, he hoped. R2, I didn't think I would ever see you again, 3PO said. R2 whistled at 3PO. Yes, we have had our share of adventures as well. I must say I don't like all this business the least bit. Couldn't we find a nice quiet planet and take a vacation? Someplace warm, with a deep pool of lube? Luke grinned. R2 and 3PO were always amusing. Lando broke from orbit and headed out into interplanetary space. How long before we make the jump to hyperspace, Master Lando? Couple of minutes, he replied. And how's this for a change of luck? There aren't even any Imperial vessels on our tail. About time something went our way." Luke nodded. While waiting for Lando to bring the hyperdrive online, he said, "How's Dash doing? He was pretty upset after we hit that freighter." "Not so good. Pretty depressed. He can't believe he actually failed at something. Had to happen sooner or later, but he hasn't gotten used to it." "Stuff like that goes on in war," Luke said. "You get disappointed. Like he had been with Dash. Too bad." "Yeah, what was in the computer that was so important anyway?" Luke shrugged. "I don't know. The Bothans had just broken it open when the bounty hunters hit the safe house." "Did the bounty hunters get the computer?" "I don't think so. I don't think they even knew it was there. They were after me. Last I saw, one of the Bothan techs had the computer. I believe he escaped with it." "If he did, the Bothans will get it to the Alliance," Lando said. "They're pretty dependable. I guess we'll find out what it was eventually." "Yeah. Stand by for the jump to hyperspace." Lando hit the control. Nothing happened. Luke turned to stare at him. "Oh dear," 3PO said. "There seems to be a problem." "It must be one of Han's modifications," Lando said. "My people supposedly fixed this thing on Bespin. It's not my fault." "Fine. What do we do now?" "Find a place to hide and fix it before we bump into the Imperial Navy." "That sounds like an excellent idea," 3PO said. R2 whistled his agreement. Gary led Leia and Chewie back into the underground. They walked for hours, turning and twisting into narrow and narrower corridors. Eventually, they came to a heavy locked gate that Gary opened. She locked the gate behind them, and they moved into what looked like a small repulsor train station. A man waited there. He was short, squat, and bald, built like a freight handler with some heavy G world. He wore gray coveralls and had a blaster strapped on his left hip. He smiled, revealing teeth he'd had done in what looked like to be black chrome. Gary said, "Go with him." "Where are you going?" "Not your business. Just do as you are told, and you'll see Prince Zizor soon enough." She turned and walked away without another word. The bald man came over to stand in front of Leia. "This way," he said. Baldy led the way to a small motorized cart parked outside. There was barely enough room in it for the three of them. Fortunately, there was a convertible roof on the thing, so with the top down, Chewie could sit up without bumping his head. They drove into a tunnel halfway around the circle of shops. Baldy touched a control in the cart, and a heavy metal grate covering the mouth of the corridor slid into the ceiling. Inside, the tunnel was clean, well lighted, no mold or graffiti on the walls, the floor free of dirt. They drove for a long time. They probably covered 10 or 12 kilometers. Finally, the tunnel opened out into a large chamber, in the middle of which sat a bullet car, floating on magnetic repulsors over a single rail track. Wherever they were going, it must be a way off. Maglev cars could cover long distances in a hurry, 400 kilometers an hour, especially in complete tunnels such as this one was. It didn't pay to get them up to speed for anything less than a fairly long run. Chewie and Leia followed Baldy into the car. When they were seated and strapped in, Baldy said, "Go." The bullet car moved smoothly away from the chamber and into the dark tunnel. It picked up velocity fast. A row of small yellow service lamps ringed the tunnel every few hundred meters, and it wasn't long before the yellow circle seemed to be flashing over them continuously. Wherever they were going to get there pretty soon, even if it was halfway around the planet. Leia looked at Chewie and wished she could read his expressions better. He looked calm, calmer than she felt. She hoped she was doing the right thing, though it was a little late to worry about that now, wasn't it? "What's the problem?" Luke said. From the service well below them, Lando's reply was more than a bit irritated. "The problem is that Han and Chewie have completely reset, rewired, and screwed up this whole ship. I'm looking at a serpent's nest of wires where there's supposed to be a pop-out circuit board. The schematics don't apply to anything here." "Well, can you fix it?" "I'm trying to fix it. Pass me that jumper bypass." Luke picked up the JB, which looked like a bar with two sharp fingers making the V sign on one end. He had to lie on his belly to reach Lando. Lando submitted in a colorful fashion that Han's ancestry was in question and that his personal habits left much to be desired. Despite the danger of their situation, Luke grinned. "Get R2 to peek over the edge. Maybe he knows what this blue wire is supposed to do." R2 heard. He rolled to the lip of the service well, leaned forward, and peered down into it, whistled and cheered for a moment. "Youch!" Lando yelled. Probably you better not touch that one. Now you tell me, what about this yellow one? R2 whistled. It looked as if they were going to be there a while, Luke figured. They had managed to find the remains of a small moon, or maybe a large asteroid in a big parabolic orbit around the planet, and had nestled the Falcon in among the larger rocks and matched their velocity. From a distance, with most of its power shut down, the ship should just be another one of the cluster of big boulders. Not enough gravity here to clump them back together. They'd be a known hazard for ships and probably avoided. Even a super-class Star Destroyer didn't want a bunch of building-sized rocks smacking into its shield at speed. That would be a lot of kinetic energy to have to bleed off all at once. At least, that was what Luke and Lando hoped. Pass me those needlehead pliers, Lando said. Luke complied. You need me down there to help? I'm pretty good with tools. I used to own this ship, Lando said. I'll figure out a way around what Han has done to her. The man ought to be ashamed of himself. I'll mention that to him when we get him out of the carbonite, Luke said. So will I. High, loud, and repeatedly. The bullet car slowed. The bands of yellow blinked around them at longer intervals. When the car came to a stop, it was inside a vast chamber, as big as a state ballroom. The platform at which it stopped had 6 large guards on it, each dressed in gray armor and armed with a blast rifle. Baldy stepped out and grinned his shiny black smile. This way, he said. 2 of the guards broke away from the others and moved behind Chewie and Leia. Take the helmet off, Baldy said. You won't be needing it anymore. Baldy led them to a door as thick as that of a bank vault. He pressed his hand against the reader, and the door clicked and swung open. He led them inside a tall, arched corridor wide enough for a dozen men to walk through side by side. The massive door swung shut behind them. It was very cold here, cold enough for their breathing to show as vapor. A short distance ahead was another door, another 6 guards in armor in front of it. Not as heavy as the door behind them, it was still thick enough and run by a print reader, and when they got through it, there were yet more guards. It seemed as if whoever ran this place didn't want unexpected company. They came to a bank of 4 turbo lifts. Baldy punched a code into a keypad, and the door to the lift on the left opened. The 3 of them stepped in, leaving the 2 guards behind. As the lift rose, Leia said, "Learned to trust us already?" She nodded at the guards they dropped off. Baldy smiled. The lift stopped, and another pair of guards stood there. Well, perhaps Baldy hadn't learned to trust them after all. A series of corridors branched away from the turbolifts, and Baldy led them down one that linked to a maze of other hallways. Leia tried to keep track of all the twists and turns. She had a pretty good memory for such things, but halfway through an intricate chain of left and right tracks, the lights went out. Just keep walking, Baldy said. I'll tell you when to turn. They walked in darkness for 5 minutes, Baldy calling out now and then. Turn left, turn right, veer 45 to the left for 5 steps, then veer right. When the lights went back on, how could he have seen to lead them? Leia was thoroughly lost. Whatever fat spider crouched in the center of this web, he truly did not want anybody just dropping by unannounced. Eventually, Baldy led them into a hallway. At the end of the hall were 2 tall, carved wooden doors, and standing to the sides, 2 more guards. These didn't wear armor, had no rifles, but wore blasters on low-slung belts. They were big men who looked as if they knew how to use their hands. One of them reached for the doorknobs and opened the doors as they approached. Baldy said, "In there." With that, he turned and walked away. Leia looked at Chewie, realized her pulse was racing and her stomach was fluttery. She took a deep breath and let part of it out. She stepped into the room, Chewie behind her. A tall man. No. Not a man, but an exotic-looking alien, rose from behind a large desk and smiled at her. "Ah," he said, "Princess Leia Organa and Chewbacca. Welcome. I am Prince Zizor." It was the voice she'd heard over the hotel's comm. Leia's pulse sped up even more. She felt a sudden giddiness, as if her brain had fogged over. So here she was at last, facing the person in charge of the galaxy's largest criminal organization. That was strange enough all by itself. But to make it even more so, he was absolutely gorgeous. "26. How's it going down there?" Luke said. "Don't ask," Lando said. "I'm going to see what I can whip up in the galley. You want something?" "Yeah, how about a beaker full of battery acid and bug poison?" Luke shook his head, stood, and headed for the galley. Stopped suddenly as if he'd been touched by a cold hand. "Master Luke, are you all right?" Luke ignored Threepio. There was a disturbance in the force, a dark blot on its perfection. It felt familiar somehow. Uh-oh. Luke turned and hurried back to the service well. "You'd better get it fixed fast, Lando." "What's the hurry?" "I think we're about to have company." Lando poked his head up over the edge of the well. "What? No way anybody could find us in here." "Yeah? Want to bet?" "Oh, man. Don't even say what you're thinking," Lando said. "Huh?" "Don't say, 'I've got a bad feeling about this.'" Luke stared at him. Lando disappeared back into the service well. "I'm hurrying! I'm hurrying!" Luke headed for the cockpit to check the sensors. If it was who he thought it was, hiding in a clump of rocks wasn't going to do much good. You could run, but from some things you couldn't hide. Zizor was pleased. The young woman sitting across from him, backed by her furry bodyguard, was every bit as delightful as he had hoped, even more so. Thus far, they had spoken of trivial things, in generalities. He pretended to be honored that she was a High Alliance official come to call. She pretended that it wasn't disgusting that he was a criminal, and in fact, it didn't really matter what she felt, now that she was here in his grasp. No, the thing now was how best to proceed with his courtship, if he could think in such terms. Already he'd allowed some of his potent pheromones to seep into the air. He'd fought hard to keep his skin color from altering too much, but there was a definite warm glow to it. The Wookiee didn't seem to notice, but Leia had responded to the chemical extractants he exuded. She felt drawn to him. He knew this from long experience with women. He was not unattractive to look at, and with the added lure of his enhanced hormones, it would take a very strong and very determined humanoid female to resist him. As a young man, he had felt the pull that Leia was now feeling. Falling women had their version, and it was hard to ignore when one of them blossomed for you. Like a hothouse flower sending its fragrance into the air, falling pheromones swirled and wrapped anyone close enough into their urgent embrace, as strong as a Dursteel vice. If Leia had any sensuality whatsoever, she could only pretend that she wasn't attracted to him, as she now tried to do. He had to give her credit. She was not volunteering how she felt. But the flush of her cheeks, her slightly faster breathing, her yearning, all were obvious to one who had seen them 1,000 times before. To one who knew how to spot the signs and use them to his best advantage, as did Zizor. And use them he would. "Must be tired from your trip," Zizor said. "You should refresh yourself, change clothes, relax a bit before we delve into serious matters." "I didn't exactly bring my wardrobe with me." Zizor waved a hand and affected a man-of-the-galaxy smile. "Such things are easily remedied. I'll have Hausemin show you to your quarters. We've had other visitors from time to time, and a gracious host looks after his company's needs. Perhaps there are a few articles of clothing you might find acceptable in your room. I have pressing business to which I must attend. Refresh yourself and rejoin me in a couple of hours." Leia glanced at her bodyguard, then back at him. Zizor favored her with his sexiest smile. She looked flustered. "Yes, all right. We are a little tired." Zizor waved his foot unseen under his desk, and a sensor there transmitted the motion to a paging device implanted in Hausemin. The door opened, and the bald servant stepped into the room. "Show Princess Leia and Chewbacca to their rooms." "At once, Prince Zizor." After they were gone, Zizor sat, breathing slowly and deeply, enjoying the feel of imminent victory. Before their next meeting, he would do the meditation and exercises that brought his hormonal essences into full array. An excited Falleen who loosed his full pheromone arsenal was, for all practical purposes, irresistible to a member of the opposite sex. It did not matter what a woman's stance was on fidelity, that she had been a faithful partner to another for years or decades. Falling pheromones were more potent than the strongest spice. Leia might want to resist him with her mind, but her body would ache for him. There was no antidote save one. Zizor smiled. He would enjoy administering the single antidote to Leia. He would enjoy it very much indeed. Leia was shaken. As Hausemin led her and Chewie down another convoluted hallway, she had to take several deep breaths to calm herself. What had that been all about? that emotional attraction that rolled over her like a tropical ocean breaker. Sure, Zizor was good looking in an exotic kind of way, but she'd never before been one to stare dumbstruck at a handsome face. What she had felt, what she had wanted to do, well, that wasn't like her at all. Besides, she was in love with Han. That wasn't something you just put into a drawer when you saw an attractive man. Pauline. That wasn't right. Then again, she couldn't deny she'd felt it. The alien called to her somehow. It had been like a punch to the solar plexus. It had knocked the wind out of her. Well, no matter. She blew out a sigh. She was back to normal. She would stay on target. She'd come here to help Luke. When that was done, they were going to rescue Han. She would put whatever it was she had felt for the mysterious Zizor out of her mind and never think about it again. The part of her that sat somewhere in her mind watching and listening and refusing to allow anything but the truth to pass, it seemed to chuckle. Oh, really? You might not do anything about what you felt for him, sister, but you won't be able to forget it that easily. Shut up, she mentally told Little Voice. I don't need this. Maybe not, sister, but you have it. This is your room, Hazameen said. The Wookiee will be in the next suite. Leia shook herself from the interior dialogue and nodded at Hazameen. Chewie said something that sounded like a question. Leia said, I'll be okay in here. If Caesar wanted to harm us, he could have done it before now. Go on. Wash that dye out. We don't need it anymore. Meet me back here when you're done. Chewie nodded and followed Hazameen to the next door. The portal in front of Leia slid back as she approached, and she stepped into the room. It was a study in understated elegance she saw. The carpet was so deep she sank nearly to her ankles in it. Black neocell, she guessed, and probably a murderous job to keep clean. There was a white leather couch, probably cloned, which sat in stark contrast to the carpet. A round bed with black sheets and a comforter under a translucent white canopy, held up by 6 carved posts. A white desk with a computer on it, and a black chair tucked neatly under the desk occupied a niche next to the bed. Simple, elegant, and probably as expensive as any Grand Moff hotel suite in the galaxy. Leia submitted to an urge to remove her boots and walk barefoot across the rug. The material was either naturally warm or was kept heated somehow, and it felt wonderful between her toes. There was a refresher on the other side of a closed door, also done in black and white. Tile, sinks, tub, all of them sculpted into smooth and rounded shapes. She found a closet door back in the main room and opened it. There were clothes in the closet, all right. Unlike the rooms, they were all the colors of the rainbow. Dresses, shirts, pants, jackets, jumpsuits. Leia removed a hanger upon which was draped a diaphanous dress of nearly transparent green material, so light it weighed almost nothing, and looked at it. Touched it. She was not somebody who spent large amounts of money on clothing, but she knew quality when she saw it, even without the tag that confirmed it. This dress was a Milani original, made of Lavetti moth fiber, and for what it cost, you could buy a new land speeder. A quick scan of the other clothes revealed that they were also first-class originals. Looked after his company's needs, indeed. There were probably enough credits represented by this one closet to buy and furnish houses on many planets, with enough left over to hire cooks and gardeners to go with them. Leia started to close the closet, then stopped. She reached back inside and examined the label on the first dress she'd seen. My, look at that. It was just her size. A sudden thought occurred to her, and she began checking the other labels. They were all her size. She blinked and stared into the closet. Could it be coincidence? The leader of Black Sun just happened to have a closet full of clothes in her size? She didn't think so. Maybe Hazameen out there had gotten her measurements via sensor somewhere along the way, and had done the fastest shopping trip in history. Zizor had credits to burn. Maybe there were a dozen rooms all stocked this way, each for a different size visitor? Not likely, but possible. Zizor had known she was coming after all. Perhaps he had just been a considerate host. She shook her head. She was tired. Maybe she would bathe and stretch out for a few minutes. As for the expensive clothes, well, he had gone to some trouble, no matter what the explanation. If he found such things attractive, perhaps she could slip into one of the outfits and use that to her advantage. Keep him off balance. If he was busy ogling her, maybe he'd be more likely to give away something she needed. And her little voice said, Really, sister? Who do you think you're fooling here? You want to look good for him. Admit it. Yes, all right. So what? She wasn't married. There wasn't any law against flirting a little, was there? She wasn't going to do anything with the head of Criminal Underground now, was she? What could it hurt to dress up a little? She hadn't gotten to do much of that since she'd thrown her lot in with the Alliance. Not that she missed it much, but given the situation, who would be hurt by it? Careful, sister. These are dangerous waters. Better watch out for sea serpents. Oh, spare me. I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself. She went to run hot water into the bathtub. I think that's got it, Lando said as he clambered out of the service well. You think? Won't know for sure until we engage the drive. Master Lando! Master Lando! 3PO came careening in, waving his arms and throwing gold highlights every which way. What? The sensors indicate that a ship is approaching, a very large vessel, an enormous ship. Lando looked at Luke. I wonder who that could be. I hope you fixed the drive, Luke said. Otherwise, I think we're going to find out. The two of them hurried past the droid for the cockpit. On the way, Luke felt that cold touch reach him through the Force. He knew who it was. The only question was, could Darth Vader feel him as well? Lord Vader? Vader stared through the viewer at the rock field ahead of them. He didn't bother to look at his captain. What is it? We're approaching the asteroid field. Now Vader turned to stare at the captain. Do you mean that asteroid field directly in front of us? He pointed at the viewer. Flustered, the captain plowed on. Yes, Lord. Our sensors cannot detect any sign of a ship in the region. Nonetheless, there is something in the field, Vader said. I cannot pinpoint it, but there is a locus for the Force in those rocks, and I mean to find it. Certainly, Lord Vader. Might I suggest that we send out fighters? Entering the asteroid field at right angles will place a great deal of strain on the ship's shields. Very well. Tell them to look for anything unusual, anything at all. If they find something, they are not to engage it, but to report back immediately. Yes, my lord. I'll send them out at once. Vader turned back to the viewer. Was it Luke? He couldn't yet be sure. The dark side might not have limits, but he had, and all he could tell at this distance was that some powerful locus for the Force lay in that collection of scattered rocks ahead of them. He didn't believe it could be anything else but Luke, but he was not certain. He had to proceed with caution. With Xizor's manipulations poisoning the well at Imperial Center, it was more important than ever to capture Luke alive. A little closer and the vagueness would undoubtedly resolve itself. He was too close to lose his son again. Sooner or later he would find him and turn him to the dark side. He was sure of it. He was Darth Vader. He had exterminated the remaining Jedi with his own hands. All but the strongest of them, his own son. Sooner or later he would face the last would-be Jedi. One way or another, he would deal with him too. Leia used the blowers to dry off after her bath, combed her hair out, and had to admit she felt a whole lot better than she had in a while. It wasn't often these days she got to soak in a hot tub. Most of the places she'd been, the ships she'd traveled there on, you were lucky if they had enough recycled gray water for a tepid shower. You got in, sprayed just enough water on yourself to get wet, lathered all over, and rinsed off with a few liters before the automatic timer shut it off. It was better than nothing, but not nearly as much fun as stretching out in a vat carved out of black marble, full of steaming water so hot it turned your skin red. That had to be one of civilization's best luxuries. She went to the closet, opened it, noticed a small drawer built into the wall, and saw that it contained undergarments. Well, Xizor thought of everything. All right, which of these dresses should she wear? Xizor stared at the blank spot where the holoproj would be if he lit it. There were hidden holocams throughout the castle, of course, in virtually every room, including the room in which Leia had been installed. He toyed with the thought of running the recording to see if she'd taken advantage of what the room had to offer. But no, he didn't want to spoil it. He would get a closer look at her later. Much closer. 27. The Millennium Falcon left the asteroid field opposite the approaching megaship and was ready to make the jump to hyperspace. Luke looked at his sensors. We have TIE fighters coming in. I make it about 3 dozen of them. Any time, Lando. Here goes, Lando said. If you believe in luck, wish for the good version. He reached for the control, engaged the drive. Nothing happened. Lando swore at the ship, a string of colorful phrases, including several graphic, if highly unlikely, descriptions of things he wished it would do to itself. "I'd better get back to the guns," Luke said. He started to rise. "No, wait. We don't have time to wait. In 10 seconds, we're going to be swarmed with ties." Lando touched another control, made an adjustment. "Now!" The Millennium Falcon leaped. Space blurred around it in the familiar shift as the freighter transited to hyperspace. "Ha ha!" Lando said. Luke, halfway out of his seat, was thrown back into it hard. When he recovered himself, he glared at Lando. "You cut that awful close." Lando shrugged. "Hey, you want a boring life? You should have stayed on Tatooine." He smiled, pleased with himself. "I knew I could fix it." Luke shook his head, but had to smile in return. They were, for the moment at least, safe. What did it matter what had almost happened? Almost didn't count. Now, if some other special solo modification doesn't put it into the middle of a star, our next stop should be Tatooine. As soon as Leia and Chewie are finished with their business, we can get back to rescuing Han. "Fine by me," Luke said. "Haven't they finished yet?" Lando shrugged. "They had to take a slight detour." Luke got the feeling Lando wasn't telling him everything, but he let it slide. He was tired. He needed to rest, get something to eat. Then he could follow up on this conversation. Vader stared out into space as the captain nervously approached. "My Lord Vader," he began. Vader repressed a sigh. "There is no need to say it, Captain. Your pilots lost their prey." "The ship left the asteroid field and made the shift into hyperspace as they approached. There was nothing they could do." "And did your pilots identify the ship?" "It was a small Corellian freighter." Vader said nothing. Solo ship. The Millennium Falcon, no doubt, now under Luke's control. Perhaps he had the young princess with him and that traitorous gambler Calrissian. "Set your course for Imperial Center, Captain." "But weren't we supposed to?" "Let me worry about that." He paused. The captain was correct. The Emperor had sent him here for reasons other than to fetch Luke. "Very well. There's a suspected rebel base on one of the Kothlusian moons." "I know of no such base, my lord." Vader turned his gaze upon the captain, who quickly shut up. "As I said, there is a suspected rebel base on the moon. Before we leave, you will allow your men to display their prowess by pinpoint bombing that base." "Yes, my lord." Luke was gone, he couldn't tell where, and Zizor was still up to his twisted trickery within sight of the Emperor. He would locate his son later. Meanwhile, best to get back to where he could deal with Zizor. There was an old Scythian proverb that said, even when fighting the great saber-cat, it is best not to turn your back upon the lowly serpent. A bite from a tiny spit-adder could kill you just as dead as the arms-long fangs of a giant predator, and the snake's kiss would be slower and more painful, too. "Hurry, Captain. I do not wish to be kept waiting." "No, my lord." Leia put on a dark bodysuit before she slipped into the nearly transparent green dress. It was probably not the designer's intent that her choice of undergarments cancel out the see-through cloth, but she wasn't interested in letting Zizor look at that much of her. It felt vaguely decadent to be wearing several thousand credits worth of clothes. She hadn't done that since she'd been a girl on Alderaan. She went into the fresher and looked into the mirror. She had made use of a well-stocked makeup drawer next to the looking-glass, just a touch, and managed to plait her hair and pin it up so it didn't resemble the nest of a crazed ship rat. At least it was clean. She tried to smile. Chewie should be here by now. She went to the room's door, frowned when it didn't open automatically. She found the manual control, but when she tried it, the door still refused to slide aside. Ah, it seemed that Lord Zizor didn't want guests running around loose in his castle. But as she turned around, the door slid open. Chewie stood there, sans dye disguise. The haircut still looked odd, but with the coloring gone, the Wookiee looked more familiar. Houseman stood behind him. She wanted to tell Chewie that she needed to see Zizor alone. "Give us a moment, will you?" Leia said to Houseman. The servant nodded, a choppy military gesture. Chewie stepped into the room. The door closed. He stared at Leia, turned his head to one side quizzically. "What are you staring at? I put on some clean clothes, that's all." Chewie said nothing. Leia felt a stab of guilt. Chewie and Han were like brothers. She hadn't done anything wrong, but she felt as if she had, so she tried to explain it. Look, we need Caesar's help. There's no reason I can't look nice. Maybe it'll throw him off guard. Still silent, Chewie raised one eyebrow. Leia felt herself flush. Who is the diplomat here, anyway? I don't tell you how to fly. You don't tell me how to conduct interviews. Finally, the Wookiee said something. He punctuated it with a wave of one hand at the door, then at Leia. She didn't understand the comment, but she had a pretty good idea of what he was trying to convey. Chewie didn't approve. Would Han? In a Gamorrean's eye he would. It's none of your business how I dressed, she said. Maybe that came out a little more snappish than it should have. She started to apologize, but then changed her mind. She and Han weren't married. They hadn't had time to even pledge anything. Yes, she loved him, and she thought he loved her, but he'd never said it. When he had the chance, he'd said, I know. What kind of commitment was that? I know? 2 words instead of 3? How much harder was it to say one more short little word? There was nothing wrong with trying to look nice for a handsome man, especially one who could help save Luke's life. It wasn't as if they were going to do anything. What was Chewie doing being so righteous? She had nothing to feel ashamed about, nothing at all. Then why do you feel so guilty, sister? In his most private of chambers, Zizor sat alone on a pad in the otherwise bare room, eyes closed, fingers interlaced in his lap. His breathing was deep and regular, his mind clear. He began to concentrate as he called upon his special hormonal abilities. The attractants in him built, began to seep from his pores. His pheromones came forth, colorless, odorless, save to receptors carried by humanoid females. To the bearer of those small organelles hidden and nearly invisible inside the olfactory channels, the attractants would be overwhelming. They would carry a compulsion stronger than a hypnotic command. There was no way to stop the color of his skin from shading into the red. No matter. She wouldn't care what color he was, once she felt him call to her. He had given her but a taste of them before. Now he would set before her a banquet, one she could not refuse. He took a deep breath. Let it out. Almost ready. The coldness was there, but soon, soon the passion would be set free. He smiled. R2 and 3PO held a quiet conversation in the lounge. Luke, on his way to the galley to fix the meal he'd never gotten to, paused and looked at the droids. Something up? 3PO said, R2 is a bit worried about Princess Leia. I told him she's quite resourceful, 3PO said. I'm sure she's all right. Luke shrugged. He went into the galley. In that moment he had the feeling that Leia, wherever she was in great danger. His hunger vanished. He didn't feel like eating any more. Maybe he'd better go and have that talk with Lando. Now. In the cockpit, Lando said, Sorry, buddy, but I'm not supposed to tell you. What? The princess wants you on Tatooine, and she said when you asked, to tell you she took care of herself before she met you, and she can take care of herself now. Luke glowered. Besides, she's got Chewie with her. He won't let anything happen to her, you know that. Yeah, maybe. Look, she'll probably get to Tatooine before we do, and she's in charge, remember? Luke nodded, but he didn't like it. Something felt wrong. When the door to Zizor's sanctum opened, Leia almost gasped. The crime lord now wore a long, flowing robe done in shades of red that seemed to reflect that color onto his uncovered skin. The clothing could have been done by the same designer who had done her dress, and he wasn't wearing a bodysuit underneath it. He was big under the thin cloth, hard and muscular, and if there were any visible anatomical differences between him and basic stock humans, she couldn't see them. He smiled. Do come in, princess. Behind her, Chewie said something. Zizor must have understood it because his smile dropped for an instant before he recovered it. Perhaps your friend would care to take this time to dine while we conduct our negotiations? From Chewie's tone, he did not care for that at all. Leia had forgotten to tell him that in her room, so defensive had she been about her clothes. Now she said, Chewie, wait outside. He really didn't like that. She turned to face the Wookiee. Han would trust me here. You should too. Chewie wasn't sure, but he shut up, took a step backward, and nearly knocked Houseman over. I'll be fine." The door slid closed behind them. When she turned back around, Caesar had moved to a small bar behind the leathery couch. "Something to drink? Lorraine brandy? Green champagne?" "Tea would be fine, your highness." No way she was going to drink anything potent around him. "Call me Zizor, please. We can dispense with titles now that we are alone." Leia watched as Zizor poured her tea. He seemed almost to glow, and she felt dizzy watching him. She moved to the couch, sat on one end, tried to relax but felt a strange tension grip her. When he rounded the couch to bring her the tea, his hip brushed against the back of her head. It sent a shock through her, a rush that was kin to dropping in free fall, a stomach full of moths kind of sensation. Whoa! Caesar handed her the teacup and moved to the other end of the couch and sat. Leia felt a brief pang of disappointment that he hadn't sat closer to her, and a sudden stab of worry at that thought. What was she doing? She tried to bring an image of Han to mind, but all of a moment she couldn't see his face. It was as if she had somehow forgotten what he looked like. "Stop this," Caesar said. "So, the Alliance might be interested in doing business with Black Sun?" He sipped at whatever it was he was drinking. Leia thought he looked absolutely fascinating as he drank. She scrambled to collect her thoughts. Yes. That is to say, the Alliance. We have been considering such an alliance." "Alliance? Considering an alliance? What is the matter with you, Leia? Have you lost your wits?" Caesar seemed to take no notice of her poor choice of language. "Well, certainly there are advantages to such a liaison," he said. Leia felt hot all of a sudden. She wished she hadn't worn the bodysuit. She had an urge to excuse herself, find a fresher, and take the undergarment off. The cloth of the dress would feel so good against her bare skin. And what would Caesar's hand feel like against her bare skin? She shook her head, trying to clear it. This was crazy. She didn't even know him. But he was so something. We, the Alliance, we feel that while Black Sun's aims are not the same as ours, the Empire is our mutual enemy." "Yes, war does make strange bedfellows, doesn't it?" He smiled. "Bedfellows." "Here, let me warm your tea," he said. "No, it's fine." But he was already up. He bent, lifted her hand with one of his, took the cup from her. His touch was electric. It sent a charge through her as if she had grabbed a live capacitor node. She gasped. Again, he seemed to take no notice of what she said. Time seemed mired in thick mud. Caesar moved away so slowly, sound seemed muted. Leia felt the heat in her growing. Something was wrong here. She felt too good. As if being here were the best thing in the universe. Well, almost the best thing. Caesar needed to forget about that tea and come back. Then the best thing would start. "Leia, what is the matter with you?" "Trouble, sister. Big trouble. You better leave. Fast." But leaving was the last thing she felt like doing. In hyperspace, Vader considered his next move. He had arrived too late to collect Luke, but he had waved the Imperial flag and blown up a small spaceport. Whether or not the port had anything to do with the rebels didn't matter, only that he thought it did, and thus reasoned that the computer they had stolen was important to the Empire. Half his mission had been accomplished, though to his mind it was the lesser half. He had no evidence against Zizor, only speculation and rumor. Third-hand knowledge from a soon-to-be-executed bounty hunter would hardly be enough to indicate one of the most powerful beings in the galaxy. He was convinced, but the Emperor would not be so easily swayed. He needed more before he could move against the Dark Prince. Well, if there was more to be had, he would have it, now that he knew what he was looking for. Zizor leaned over and kissed Leia, lightly at first, a mere touch of his lips on hers. Delicious. Amazing. She drank him in, enraptured by his touch. He pressed harder. Leia found herself responding to the kiss, returning it. She broke away. "No, this isn't right," she said, but she kept one hand on his shoulder. It was hard, powerful, that shoulder, warm under her fingers. No, this was wrong. "I came to talk about Luke Skywalker." "In due course." We have more important things to do first." He leaned and kissed her again. She felt the fire in him. Leia put her arms around Zizor, returned his fire with her own. Would this be so bad? To let him continue? To save Luke? Zizor moved his mouth from hers and put his lips on her neck, slid down her shoulder. The dress's strap fell off on that side. Not just to save Luke, to enjoy this to the fullest. Did she want to do that? She did not. No. But she did want it at the same time. His hands moved on her. Oh, yes. 28. Zizor pressed his lips against Leia's bare shoulder and felt her shudder with pleasure. He had her now. She was his. If not in mind and spirit, then certainly her body belonged to him. He was a little disappointed in how easy it had been. Ah, well. He reached for the closure of her dress. There came a pounding at the door. What? Who dared? Leia jumped, pulled away from him, straightened her rumpled dress. She was breathing fast, and her face was red. Somebody started braying outside. The pounding increased. That blasted Wookiee! Why was he here? How had Hazumine let him get here? Flustered, Leia said, I better see what he wants. Stay. I'll get rid of him. Caesar started to rise. No, I'll do it. Caesar smiled, felt her want him. As you wish. He watched her get to her feet. She swayed a little as she walked to the door. This was only a temporary setback. She would shoo the Wookiee away and return to him. Once he put a woman under his spell, she belonged to him forever. Leia touched the door controls. Zizor had locked them, and the door slid wide. The Wookiee gargled at her. Zizor's command of the tongue was imperfect, but he managed to catch the gist of what the tall, furry one said. He wanted Leia to come with him, now. I'm in the middle of a delicate discussion here, she said. Can't it wait? Zizor smiled. The Wookiee ranted some more. Maybe he was smarter than he looked. He knew something was going on that threatened her, if not precisely what. A human standing in the doorway would know by looking at Leia, at least a human with any brains. Leia turned and glanced at Zizor. He seems upset, she said. Maybe I better go and see what he wants? Now that he had her under his control, Zizor could do as he wished with her. He toyed with the idea of commanding her to shut the door and to remove her clothes before she returned to the couch. But no. Such was his belief in his power that he merely shrugged. As you like. I'll be here. He made a deliberate pause. For a little while longer. Let her think that he might be gone if she did not hurry. A small cruelty, but a demonstration of his authority. I might be gone. Do you want to risk that? I will. She stopped. Shook her head as if trying to shake off his influence. You don't rid yourself of my biological magic that easily, little one. He waved her away, unworried. She'd be back. In the hall outside Zizor's sanctum, Leia glared at Chewie, who glared right back at her. This had better be good. Hazumine lay on the floor in a heap, unconscious or dead, she couldn't tell which. Chewie grabbed her by the arm and hustled her down the hallway. Let go of me, you overgrown stuffed toy! Chewie paid her no mind. When they came to a small alcove a short distance away, Chewie shoved Leia into it and stepped in behind her. You were going to be sorry, you... He pressed one hairy hand over her mouth, pointed up at the ceiling with his other hand. Leia looked, saw a small parabolic microphone inset into the ceiling. Somebody's listening? She whispered. He nodded. Are we being watched, too? Chewie shook his head. That was why he'd brought her here, she realized. It must be a blind spot. He knew what she and Zizor had been doing in there. He'd sensed it somehow. He was protecting her, and protecting Han. The desire she'd felt evaporated. Shame flooded into her. How could she have let that go on? She loved Han. She had only just met Zizor. Nothing like that had ever happened to her before. Not only was it wrong, it wasn't natural. That was not like her. She would never behave that way, certainly not with a stranger. Was he using some kind of drug? In her tea, maybe? That would explain a lot. Could it be that, for whatever reason, he wanted to seduce her? That would be terrible, and at the same time it made her feel better. At least there would be a real excuse for the sensations that overtaken her, an excuse for how she'd behaved. She'd come very close to disaster. And Luke? Of a moment the knowledge came clear to her. It wasn't Vader who wanted him dead. I think maybe we'd better consider an alternative plan, she said. Chewie, here's what you should do. By the time the executor arrived in the system, Vader was almost itching to be back. Patience had never been his strongest virtue, and he was looking forward to assembling his case against Zizor. As the giant ship lanced its way toward the planet, Vader thought about what he was going to do. He debated with himself about mentioning anything to the Emperor yet. On the one hand, since Zizor was currently high in Imperial esteem, any disparaging comments might be brushed off as jealousy, even though the Emperor should know better. On the other hand, if he didn't say anything, he might be irritated at Vader later for his silence. The Emperor wanted to know everything about everybody, except when he didn't want to hear it. As Vader expected, the Emperor was not convinced. You disappoint me, Lord Vader. I sense that your judgment is shaded by something of a personal grudge here. No, my master. I am merely concerned about the criminal's treachery, if he is in fact trying to kill Skywalker. The Emperor cut him off. Really, Lord Vader, I would certainly need more evidence than a rumor from some bounty hunter to move against so valuable an ally. Did he not give us that rebel base? Has he not put his vast shipping fleet at our disposal? I have not forgotten these things, Vader said. He tried to keep his voice steady and even. But I have also not forgotten my promise to bring Skywalker to the dark side. Skywalker turned would be much more important to the Empire than Zizor. Indeed he would, if you can turn him. I can, my master, but not if he is slain before I can get to him. Young Skywalker has managed to stay alive this long. If he is as strong in the Force as we assume he is, he will continue to do so until you find him, don't you think? And if he is not as strong as we believe, then we have no use for him anyway. Vader ground his teeth. He had thought much the same himself when he last met Luke. If he could be destroyed easily, then he had no real value to the dark side. Still, he did not like having this used in an argument against him. None of this was unexpected, but it was nonetheless a great irritant. That the Emperor would put so much faith in the Dark Prince, as sly and immoral a being as ever existed, was disturbing in the utmost. Since it seems so important to you, I give you leave to search for Skywalker, for a short while, for there are other tasks I would have you perform. Is this satisfactory? Not really, but what was there to be done? Yes, my master. He did want to find his son, but he also had to build a case against Zizor. Either of these would command much of his attention alone. Both of them at the same time would be difficult. But he was Dark Lord of the Sith, and one with the dark side. He would manage. Leia took a deep breath, blew half of it out, and opened the door to Zizor's chamber. The head of Black Sun sat on the couch where she'd left him, the glass in his hand. He smiled. I was beginning to worry about you. She smiled, hoping it didn't look too false. She could still feel the charisma he exuded, but now she could resist it. She couldn't say how exactly, but she had some kind of strength she hadn't noticed before. Maybe it was that her anger had become a shield upon which his attraction splashed and was repelled. Maybe the drug had worn off. It didn't matter why, as long as it worked. Now she had to keep Zizor busy long enough to give Chewie a chance to escape, or at least to get a good start on it. Chewie hadn't liked the idea, but she'd convinced him he could serve her better if he could get away from here and bring help. Come back and sit here next to me, Zizor said. It was not a request, but an order. He didn't seem at all curious as to why Chewie had been so anxious to see her. Leia moved instead toward the bar. Let me make myself some tea first, she said. I seem to have gotten rather warm and thirsty. She saw the mixture of emotions flit quickly across his features, but only because she was looking carefully. He was angry that she didn't instantly obey him. His brow furrowed at the slightest of frowns, but he was also pleased that she was disturbed, or perhaps excited. A quick flex of his lips into a smile that lasted but a second gave her this part. She took her time making the tea. When she was done, she sipped at it, but made no move to approach him. "Come here," he said. Definitely a command. Leia put the tea down and started for him. There came the smile again. He thought he had her under his control. "You said you were warm. Why don't you remove your clothes and get more comfortable?" She moved slowly. "I've gotten a little cooler," she said. "Take them off anyway." Now there was a core of Durasteel under his words. "It would please me. You want to please me, don't you?" "No, what I really wanted to do was give Chewie another few minutes." She stopped, lifted one foot and removed her slipper, smiled at Zizor and tossed the slipper aside, put her bare foot down and lifted the opposite foot, tugged the second slipper off and dropped it. Now he smiled again, sipped at his drink. It was green, whatever it was. She reached up and touched the fastener of the dress, wiggled it, twisted it, frowned as she worked it. "What are you doing?" "It's stuck," she said. He leaned forward. "Come here, I'll do it." "Wait, there it is." She unsnapped the fastener. She was fully dressed in a bodysuit. Removing the see-through dress wouldn't reveal any more of her, but it would buy a little more time. He leaned back on the couch. She delayed the moves as much as she could before she dropped the green dress to the floor around her ankles. Thus far, all he'd gotten a look at that he hadn't seen before were her feet. "Now the rest of it," he said. He waved the glass. She hoped Chewie had had enough time, because this was as far as she was going to go with this game. "I don't think so," she said. He put the glass down and came to his feet. "What?" "It isn't proper to remove one's clothes in front of a stranger," she said. He moved toward her, grabbed her shoulders and shook her. This close to him, she felt the allure wash over her. It was something from within him, some kind of attractant he produced. It was much stronger, but now that she knew what it was, she could resist it. Her body wanted one thing, but she was a civilized woman and her mind was what controlled her, not her hormones. He bent to kiss her. She slammed her knee up between his legs, hard. He groaned and shoved her away, stumbled back a step. Leia stood there watching him, smiled sweetly. "Don't like that, do you?" When he could straighten up, he did so. His face was cold, his expression neutral. If he felt any pain, it no longer showed, and if he was angry, that was not evident either. The passion he'd had was gone, or at least well hidden now. He seemed to have changed color, too, now that she noticed. He looked paler, cooler, an ashen green. "So, you resist me?" "You got that right," she said. He nodded. It was something the Wookiee said, not a question. She smiled. Sometimes Wookiees are very smart, and always very loyal. He shook his head. "Ah, here's a drawback to bright and strong women. Sometimes they are bright and strong when you least want them to be." He bowed. "I am pleased that you are a worthy adversary." He finished the bow. "Geary?" A panel slid aside in the wall behind him, and the HRD stepped into the room. Leia gave her a military nod. "It seems you were right," Zizor said to Geary. "Take her to her room and lock her in." To Leia he said, "You and I will continue this discussion later. Sooner or later I believe you'll find that I'm not such bad company." "Don't bet on it," she said. Geary moved to where she stood, took Leia's arm. Her hand was soft, but her grip was like a steel clamp. Leia hoped Chewie had gotten enough of a head start. 29. After Geary had taken Leia away, Zizor sipped at another glass of green champagne. Perhaps it would help ease the pain in his groin. After a time, he called his chief of security. "Did the Wookiee escape?" "Yes, Highness." "You did not allow him to think it was too easy?" "He put down 5 of our troops, my prince. We singed him with a blaster beam as he ran down a hall. He won't think it was easy." "Good." Zizor broke the link and smiled into the green, bubbly liquid. His surveillance on the Wookiee had reported the escape attempt immediately. Before Leia had returned to him, Zizor had already put his alternate plan into effect. He had intended to let the Wookiee go all along, albeit not quite this soon. Well, no matter. The Wookiee would surely contact Skywalker, and the boy would come running to try to rescue the princess. Zizor's agents would probably collect Skywalker before he got within hours of the castle. So easy. The hot ones were so predictable. A priority off-world message announced itself on his private channel. He didn't feel like talking to anybody just at the moment, but only a few people had access to the direct link, and if one of them was calling, it was likely something he'd best not ignore. The connection was Vox only, no image of the speaker. Understandable, considering the position some of his agents sometimes found themselves in regarding their security. He himself did not like to transmit his image, a personal quirk. He could scramble the transmission, of course, but in the field, paranoia was high. Many operatives reasoned that if a shielded pipeline was broken into and the comm somehow unscrambled, better it should not have pictures attached to the speaker. His computer had verified the caller from his voice patterns, else it would not have been put through. Yes. My prince, there is news of Skywalker. And it is? He has allegedly been captured by a group of bounty hunters. They would not say where they are precisely, but we have determined that they are on Kothlis. We expect to have the information updated momentarily. There is a problem, however. I see. And this problem is? They say there is another bidder for their prisoner, one whose offer tops ours, and who has imperial connections. Vader had just gone to that area. Ostentatiously, it was to give credence to the computer theft. But consider, who in the galaxy wanted Skywalker as much as Caesar himself did? Vader, of course. Then again, Vader was already back here on planet, had gone to see the Emperor, and there were no indications he had brought Skywalker back with him. Perhaps the information had reached him too late for him to make proper use of it, or not reached him at all. Well, this ploy with the princess might not be necessary at all. Tell them we'll double whatever the other side has to offer. Highness, if we're bidding against the Empire, we can't match that. I know that. It doesn't matter, since we aren't ever going to have to pay it. As soon as we find out precisely where they're holding him, we'll scramble a Jade Ops team and collect him for free. We don't need him breathing, only his body. Very well, Highness. Wait. Your pardon, I'm getting a call from one of our operatives regarding this. It may be the location we need. Caesar gave the agent leave to answer the call. He sat and waited, meditated on the ruthlessness of entropy, on the amount of time he had spent waiting for somebody to get back to him. Months, probably. Maybe more. Of course, that happened a lot less now than once it had. When his agent came back online, his voice was shaky, and he had difficulty speaking without swallowing frequently. My prince, there's been a complication. Fear lurked in the man's words like a desert scavenger circling a dying animal. A complication, Caesar repeated. It seems that Skywalker has escaped custody, and Darth Vader is now personally involved. He was seen near the site of the escape within hours of the event. As the bearer of what he thought very bad news, the agent feared for his life. People had been killed for less when offering unhappy tidings to their princes, and the man knew it, knew his employer had done it himself, had doubtless heard the tale of the traitor Green by now, too. Caesar laughed. My prince? Finally, some good news. Vader had just missed Skywalker. The boy was free, and as long as Leia was safely installed here, sooner or later Skywalker would show up on Caesar's doorstep. The Wookiee would see to that. Do not concern yourself with Skywalker's escape, the Dark Prince said. That situation is under control. Someday, perhaps, he would allow this story to become public. Once he was in control of the galaxy. Ah, people would say, how devious the Dark Prince is. Beware. Beware indeed. Leia tried the door to her room, but of course it was locked. She looked around. It didn't appear as if the last occupant had forgotten and left a spare blaster on the bedside table. There were no tools with which to open the door, no secret escape hatches she could find. She also couldn't spot the holocam, but she was sure the room was wired for surveillance, given what she now knew. If she had to stay here long enough to undress, she would do it in the dark and hope they didn't have a light-gathering scope on the lens, although it was probably a little late for modesty. She sighed. She hoped Chewie had gotten away. Not that it would do her much good, but at least if he'd made it, he could fill Luke and Lando in, so they'd know how to get Luke as far away from Black Sun as possible. Luke would want to come and rescue her, but Lando was a realist. He should be able to talk Luke out of it. They needed to be free to rescue Han. That was the important thing. Forgive me, Han, for what I almost did. It was a drug, I know, but I'm sorry I was so weak. When she saw him again, Well, if she saw him again, maybe she would tell him about it. Then again, maybe not. No point in upsetting him, right? The idea of seeing Han again made her feel momentarily better, but she had to admit that her chances didn't seem particularly good just now. She sat on the bed and considered her options. At the moment, she didn't seem to have an awful lot of them. She leaned back, stretched out. One of the things she'd learned while working with the Alliance's military personnel was, when in doubt, take a nap. Never knew when you would get the chance again. Not that she thought she'd be able to sleep, given all that was going on. She'd just lie here and try to relax for a few moments. She surprised herself by dropping into a deep sleep almost immediately. Lando didn't want to stop, but Luke insisted. Look, I trust the Force and it's telling me Leia's in danger, so let's just pull in a call and check, okay? Can it wait until we get to Tatooine? No. Lando sighed. All right, but you remember I did this. You owe me one. He dropped the Falcon out of hyperspace. How do we call? Luke asked. Lando smiled. I got a little surprise for you. Han isn't the only one who could rig the Falcon. What do you mean? Lando put the ship on automatic control and led Luke to the aft cargo hold. He pointed at a device mounted on one wall. That looks like a comm unit. Bright boy. Go ahead. Make your call. Luke punched in the relay codes that Lando gave him, while the gambler kept fiddling with the override to make sure the communication wasn't tapped. Dash didn't answer, but there was a recorded computer response. Luke turned to Lando. Do we have the play message code? Yes. Lando gave it to him. The image that ghosted into being surprised them. A Wookiee with a bad haircut. Luke didn't recognize him at first, until he started talking. Yelling was more like it. Chewie. What? Lando said. What is it? Oh no! Lando! Lando translated. Leia's being held on Coruscant by Black Sun. They tried to kill Chewie, but he escaped. The princess made him go. It wasn't his idea. Abruptly, the transmission ended. What happened? I don't know. My codes just went blank. Somebody must have reported the override's theft. He pulled the override from the comm unit slot and tossed the electronic card on the floor. Let's go, Luke said. To Tatooine, right? Wrong. Somehow I knew you were going to say that. We can't go to Coruscant. It's too dangerous. You can stay here if you want. Luke? Leia needs my help. I'm going. Lando stared at the ceiling for a moment, then shook his head. Why me? Why do these things always happen to me? Time and space shivered, and the Millennium Falcon dropped out of hyperspace and into real space. Luke glanced at the control screens. We're still a pretty long way off, he said. It'll take days to get there. Yeah, well, there's a reason for that, Lando said. We're not talking about some back rocket world with 2 cities and a small town on it. Coruscant is one big building complex that almost covers the entire planet. The space around it's filled with skyhooks, wheel worlds, power sats, and a whole river of commercial and private traffic, not to mention a great chunk of the Imperial Navy. It's like a huge canopy, and the holes in it are real tiny. We aren't going to sail merrily past all of it in this ship. My guess is that the Falcon's plastered on computer-wanted screens all over the galaxy, and sure as lizards like sunshine on every security scanner here in the center of the Empire. I don't think a swipe security code's going to get us past. We won't do Leia any good locked in an Imperial prison. I get your point. So we work our way in slow and try to figure out something. Got any bright ideas? Luke thought about it. Well, actually, yes. Lando blinked. Yeah? Let's hear it. Luke told him. I don't know about this, Lando said. Hey, Han did it, and on a Star Destroyer, not a droid-operated robotic freighter, too. Luke paused a second, then said, If you want, I'll take over. Lando raised his eyebrows. Listen, I taught Han that trick. Luke smiled. In theory, it ought to work. They were near the freighter lanes leading to and from Coruscant. Here was where the big vessels lumbered along, bulk freighters or container ships in restricted channels. To be there, you had to be flying something that hauled a couple hundred metric tons or more. While the law said there had to be somebody other than droids on board one of the big ships, that law was usually ignored and seldom enforced, especially when it was somebody delivering goods for the Empire. A droid programmed to ferry ships in and out of gravity wells wasn't apt to be paying a lot of attention to what went around it when it got into the lanes. The system's VAC traffic control took care of all that, so sneaking up to the belly or backside of a big freighter ought to be as easy as snapping your fingers. After that, you just had to stay in its shadow all the way down until you were off the grid and into a planetary Doppler. The Falcon had jammers that should take care of that without any problems. A bright 10-year-old could build a decent jammer from an old microwave cooker and a couple of detuned repulsor grids. The trick was to match the speed and course of the bigger vessel so you'd stay in exactly the same place relative to it. A good pilot should be able to manage it, but if he zigged when he should zag, well, that might mean getting vaporized by an Imperial picket ship or a planetary defense battery. But it was doable if you had the nerve and the skill. It ought to work. In theory. Yes, the Empire had rings of ships around the planet, but they were designed to stop an attacking force. Space was too big for them to be able to see everything, and what was a single ship going to be able to do on a whole planet? Especially if, as the Alliance did, your enemy refused to attack and destroy civilian targets anyway. Ready? Lando said. Ready, Luke said. We're ready too, 3PO said, if anyone cares. R2 whistled. Lando grinned. Hang on, here we go. The freighter moving in their general direction was a big one, actually a modified tug towing a series of closely linked cylindrical cargo containers arranged in a long ring. Each of these containers was as big as the Falcon, and each was hung with orbital braking rockets. It was small for a super transport, but the ship's cargo was probably pushing 800 or 900 M-tons, not exactly tiny. The freighter put out a bounce signal identifying it as the ISO, Independent Ship Owners, vessel Tuk Pravoz, registered on Imperial Center and flying under contract to Zizor Transportation Systems. Lando brought the Falcon around in a long, shallow arc, almost a hemispherical 180, first heading away from the freighter, then behind and under its belly. This ought to be right in their sensor shadow, he said. Luke nodded. Big ships had plenty of blind spots, especially those towing large cargoes. If they could stay in the sensor shadow as they approached, the crew couldn't spot them. Once they were safely next to one of the cargo containers, nobody in the ship would be able to visually tag them, and unless they passed within spitting distance of one of the picket line ships, no Imperial eyes would be able to make them out either. Luke looked at the scopes. Lando was dead on his flight plan. A degree or two either way and the crew on the freighter might get a blip on their scopes, but so far, so good. The cargo containers loomed bigger. Problem with visual flying out here in the outvac was perspective. Movement became pretty subjective. Relatively speaking, either they were getting close or the freighter was dropping down upon them, and when you got right down to it, it didn't matter, as long as they stayed on the line inside the sensor shadow. Lando moved his hands precisely, like a microsurgeon splicing nerves. The Falcon slowed, stopped. The surface of the nearest cargo pod was 3 meters away. Good job, Luke said. Despite his giving Lando a hard time, he was a good pilot. Yeah, but that's the easy part. Now we gotta stay with this boomer until we get into atmosphere and he drops his cargo into a spiral in orbit. I'm shutting down the transponder and non-essential systems. We don't want anybody seeing our lights or picking up active sensors. From here on in, it's seat of the pants. You thought about what we're going to do once we land? Lando snorted. Let's worry about landing first, how about? I know some people. I have a few contacts. We'll be okay. Luke nodded. He hoped Lando was right. Of course, they might stray off course on the way to the planet and get roasted by a coherent light battery and he wouldn't have to worry about it. Not that that made him feel any better. He reached out, tried to find Leia, using the Force, pushed to the limit of his abilities. Nothing. If she was there, he was too far away to touch her. Well, they'd be closer soon. If they survived, he would try again. If they survived. Sitting naked in his chamber and working on his healing meditation, Darth Vader frowned. There was a disturbance in the Force. He reached for it with the power of the dark side. He could not connect with it, whatever it was. Abruptly, the sensation of a ripple passed. The dark side still had surprises for him. Like a fire, it could warm or burn, and great care must be taken not to trip and fall into it. He had seen what extensive use had done to the Emperor. It had eaten away at him physically. But that would not happen to Vader, for he intended to master the dark side. He was well on the way. It would be only a matter of how long, of when, not if. And when he finally snared Luke, the process would go faster. 2 powerful magnets would attract more of the dark energy than one. Together they would manipulate the Force quicker than either could alone. So strong, the boy. Who could have known? Luke Skywalker, his son, might well be the most powerful man in the galaxy. He allowed himself a smile. Even though the expression stretched scar tissue and was painful, he could withstand pain. He was the Dark Lord of the Sith, and he could withstand anything. 30. I really don't think this is a good idea, Master Luke. I believe it would be much better if R2 and I went with you and Master Lando. R2 cheaped his agreement. Look, you'll be fine here on the ship, Luke said. We need you here in case we need help. Besides, it'll be a lot more dangerous out there than in here. Ah, well, in that case, perhaps we should stay here. R2 cheeped. No, you heard Master Luke. He needs us on the ship in case anything goes wrong. Wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Lando said. Just because we got huge rewards posted everywhere in the galaxy for us, dead or alive, and we've plunked ourselves down smack in the black and evil heart of the Empire? Luke shook his head. Come on, where would the last place you'd look for us be if you were an Imperial operative or a bounty hunter? Yeah, I guess you're right. They'd figure nobody would be that stupid. Lucky for us, they don't know we are that stupid. Luke shook his head. All this banter was an attempt to make light of the situation. The truth was, this was dangerous. No two ways about it. To 3PO he said in a more serious voice, Look, I'll be honest. There's a good chance we won't make it back. If that happens, don't call the Alliance for help. There's no point in putting any part of the fleet in jeopardy. 3PO said, I understand. R2 whistled and cheeped rapidly. The tone was upset. Luke looked at the little droid. He squatted down and laid one hand on his dome. Just stand by the comm, okay? We'll call you if we need you. If we get in trouble, you can try to come and get us. 3PO has the hands and feet. You have the astronavigational skills. I'm sure the two of you working together can fly the Falcon in an emergency. There's a happy thought, Lando said. Han knew that. It would thaw him out faster than a laser torch. Lando was still trying to keep things cheery, but Luke imagined the gambler had a cold feeling in the pit of his stomach, too. This was not going to be a piece of cake. R2 did not seem to think very much of the idea of flying the Falcon either. Don't be rude, 3PO said. I wasn't always a protocol droid, you know. I've programmed converters, and I once ran a shovel loader for an entire standard month. I've watched Master Han and Master Lando and Chewbacca often enough. I dare say I can pilot this ship better than you can. R2 made more rude noises. Oh, really? Well, at least I don't look like an overgrown garbage can. Come on, Luke, Lando said. If we're going to go, we need to get moving. We can always get ourselves some disguises, and if we hurry, we can be underground before daylight. These two will argue all night. Okay. Luke rose from his squat. See you in a little while. Do be careful, Master Luke. R2 seconded that. Luke hoped he didn't look as grave as he felt. We will. Lando already had his disguise in place. His head was wrapped in a beggar's scarf and cowl, his normal clothes hidden under a ragged robe. Luke donned some similar garb and covered the lower part of his face as well. Outside the huge building, Luke and Lando worked their way through a relatively sparsely populated area. There weren't many spots completely void of occupants, but this area was in the southern hemisphere not far from the pole, and it was cold. There were apparently more comfortable places to live and work. Lando had a business associate who owed him a favor, and he paid it by allowing them to hide the Millennium Falcon in a warehouse that was half full of what looked like dried plankton and smelled a lot like a Tatooine landfill in the heat of summer. Just how many people owe you favors? Lando flashed his bright smile. A whole lot of them who should never gamble. Lucky for me they do. So now what? We catch a ride into the southern underground. Keep that lightsaber out of sight, but close to hand. This is not the kind of place you want to take your granny for tea, if you know what I mean. Bad as Mos Eisley? Parts of it are worse. Great. Why are we going to such a delightful part of this chrome-plated planet, anyhow? Lando led them down a narrow, twisting alley. Luke saw that he kept his hand on his blaster as they moved. The air was frigid. It clawed at the jacket Luke wore, nipped at his ears, and turned their breaths to crisp, white fog as they moved. Lando paused at the end of the alley, peeped out, then continued to the next confined passageway. Well, it's like this. You ever hear of the celebrated shipjacker, Yvette Skyrup? Sure, I used to watch Galactic Bandits on the Holoproj as a kid. They based a whole series on him. He knocked off something like 15 starliners, got away with millions of credits and jewels, but they caught him eventually. That's right. At his trial, somebody asked him why he robbed luxury cruisers, and Skyrup said, because that's where the credits are. Luke smiled and shook his head. Lando said, we're going into a cesspool of a place because that's where my contacts are. Lead on. I hope it'll be warmer than here. Zizor was in his bath, a sunken tub carved from dense black garden stone and large enough to seat 10 comfortably. He spent a lot of time bathing, part of his species' heritage. The Falleen were born of the water, and it was always nice to return to it. Vapor rose from the hot water, bringing with it the scent of the eucalypt oil that swirled in the tub. Blowers sent soothing waves and bubbles circulating through the liquid. Here was a place where he allowed himself to relax totally. There was no holoproj, no comlink, no admittance, save for himself and any guests he wished to entertain. And Geary, of course. He would sometimes have music piped in, when the mood struck him, but otherwise, he wanted nothing to intrude on his peace while he soaked away the day's tensions. He leaned back against the warmed stone and sipped a mild after-dinner drink, a smoky blend of wormwood and spice extract, just potent enough to add an inner glow to the water's warmth around him. Life always looked better from in here. Things were almost perfect. He'd invited Leia to join him, but she had declined to do so. Things were almost perfect. Geary strode into the bathroom and stopped next to the tub. You know I hate to be disturbed here, he said, which was, he realized even as he spoke, a pointless thing to say. Geary would not have bothered him if whatever she wanted had been something that could wait. She produced a small comm. The Emperor, she said. Zizor sat up and grabbed the comlink. My master, he said. I shall be leaving the planet shortly, the Emperor said, to inspect portions of a certain construction project of which you are aware. When I return, we must get together. I have a few things I would like to discuss with you. Of course, my master. Tales have reached me concerning one of the rebels, Luke Skywalker. It seems you have an interest in him? Skywalker? I have heard the name. I cannot say I have an interest in him. We shall speak on this on my return. The conversation ended, the Emperor disconnected. He seldom bothered with opening or closing salutations. Caesar put the small comlink cylinder on the edge of the tub and allowed himself to sink deeper into the tranquilizing water. Well, it was to be expected the Emperor would find out his plans sooner or later. It affected nothing, as long as Caesar remained cautious. Rumors were not proof. Geary bent, picked up the comlink, and laughed. As he watched her walk away, he briefly considered telling her to disrobe and join him in the water. He had made her do that a few times when he wanted company he could trust absolutely, and she had demonstrated to his satisfaction that she could pass for a woman in virtually every way during those times. But, no. He was saving his energies for Leia. She would learn to see him in a better light, he knew. He could wait. Patience was one of the ultimate virtues. He took a deep breath and sank beneath the water. His lung capacity was great, and he could stay under for a long time, a throwback to his reptile heritage. The water warmed his face, and he luxuriated in it. Overall, life was very good. It was warmer in the underground, but it smelled at least as bad as the warehouse where they left the Falcon. At least it did to Luke. The various humans and aliens they'd passed didn't seem to notice the stink. It bothered Luke that in order for you to smell a thing, tiny invisible particles of it had to be inhaled and sampled by your olfactory system. Whatever was causing that awful, rotting, fetid odor, he didn't like the idea of microscopic bits of it going up his nose. They were in a maglev train station not far below the surface. The waiting platform was crowded, and there were Imperial stormtroopers in armor and uniformed officers circulating in the huge room. I think maybe it's time we got some better disguises, Lando said. We wouldn't want some surveillance cam taking note of us in these rags. What did you have in mind? A squid head brushed past them in a hurry to get somewhere. It had no regard for beggars. I've been thinking about that. Ideally, we want to look like somebody nobody will pay any attention to. Stormtroopers? Lando nodded. Yeah, or maybe the elite stormtroopers would be better. Their faces are covered, and since they're so well regarded, nobody's apt to bother them. Luke looked around. I see one about my size, over there by the ticket droid. Yup, and there's one about my height and weight by the periodical dispenser. Maybe we should do our duty to the Empire and report something strange going on in one of the fresher booths, you think? Just as any loyal citizen would, Luke said. He and Lando grinned at each other. Leia awoke, feeling groggy. There wasn't any way to keep track of time that she could see. She had dozed for a while. Caesar had called and asked her if she wanted to take a bath with him. A bath! Come on! and she'd fallen back asleep. She got up and moved to the computer console. What time is it? The device told her. My, she'd been asleep for almost 6 standard hours. Quite a nap, that. She was also hungry. Even as she thought this, the door slid open and Geary entered carrying a large domed tray. She put the tray on the computer table in front of Leia. Food, she said. She turned and left. Leia lifted the dome. A 7-course dinner had been artfully arranged on a series of dishes. A salad, a couple of different kinds of soy porroy patties, cooked vegetables, fruit, bread, containers of drinks. It looked great and smelled pretty good, too. Leia picked up a piece of bread and tasted it. It was warm, chewy, had a slightly sour flavor. Excellent. Might as well eat. If Zizor wanted to kill her, he could have done it by now. Probably he didn't plan to poison her. Like sleeping when you could, eating was one of those things you had to do it when it was available. And if it tasted as great as this stuff did, well, that was a bonus. The Luke-sized lieutenant frowned as he entered the stall, Luke right behind him. What are you talking about? I don't see any, what? This last was uttered as Luke used the Force to take control of the man's thoughts. You'd think a crack stormtrooper in the service of the Empire would have a stronger mind than this guy did. Then again, if he did, he probably wouldn't be in the Imperial military. He'd be working for the Alliance. Luke ordered the man to strip, then to have a seat and a nice long nap. He shucked his own clothes and hurriedly dressed in the borrowed uniform. He kept the blaster, tucked his lightsaber in his waistband under the jacket, moved into the communal part of the refresher, and examined himself in the mirror. Not bad. Behind him, Lando emerged from a stall dressed in a similar uniform. Lando adjusted the belt with his new sidearm and brushed lint from the right sleeve. "Women love a man in uniform," he said. He lifted his helmet and slipped it on. "Let's hope they don't see the man behind the armor," Luke said. The two of them squared their shoulders, stuck their chests out, and affected an imperial swagger as they exited the fresher. Vader stood at the ramp leading to the Emperor's personal shuttle, looking down at the shorter man. "I anticipate that I shall return in 3 weeks," the Emperor told him. "I trust you can keep the planet from falling apart while I am gone?" "Yes, my master." "I expect no less. Any news of Skywalker?" "Not yet. We'll find him." "Perhaps sooner than you would expect." Vader stared at the Emperor, who wore a half-smile that revealed his damaged teeth. Had he foreseen something? The Emperor was still more attuned to the dark side than Vader was. Had he gleaned some new information about Luke? If he had, he was not yet ready to reveal it, for he turned and allowed himself to be escorted up the ramp by a squad of the Imperial Royal Guard in their ceremonial red robes and matching armor. The tap of the Emperor's twisted walking stick on the ramp was quite loud in the silence. Of all the people in the galaxy, the Emperor trusted Darth Vader most. At least, that's what Vader liked to believe. And as far as he was able to determine, the length of that trust was no farther than an outstretched arm could reach. No matter. He was right about one thing. Sooner or later, Luke would surface. A light that bright could not be hidden for long. By his nature, the boy would have to burn hot enough to be visible to one who had the power and the knowledge of how to look for him. Once a Jedi began to grow in the Force, the process was not easily stopped. In Luke's case, Vader doubted that it could be stopped. They would meet again. A week, a month, a year. It did not really matter. It would happen. Meanwhile, he would keep a sharp eye on the actions of an enemy all too close to home. Even now, Vader's agents sought every scrap of information they had not already found on the Underlord of the Black Sun. That, too, would simply be a matter of time. Once you knew the direction, the trip was made easier, and sooner or later Zizor would make an error. He would stumble. When he did, Vader would be waiting to catch him. 31. "Well," Luke said, "this is a better neighborhood than where we were before. But where exactly are we going?" Lando pointed. "There." "A plant shop?" "Don't let it fool you. It's run by an old Hodin named of Spiro. He's got a lot of connections. Some Imperial, some Alliance, some criminal." "Let me guess. He owes you a favor." "Not exactly. But we've done some business in the past, and he doesn't mind making a few credits passing along information." They headed for the shop. "We're getting a lot of dirty looks," Luke said. "It's the uniforms. The Empire doesn't have many friends down here. Most of the locals are probably on the run, one step ahead of being arrested. They won't bother us as long as we don't stick our noses in the wrong place. Don't want to bring Imperial heat and light into their hideout. Inside the shop, there was no sign of the Hodin owner. Except for Luke and Lando, the place was empty. Nobody home, Luke said. That's odd, isn't it? Yeah, odd. Somebody said something behind them. Luke didn't understand what it was, but he recognized the language. Wookiee. Easy, friend, Lando said. Nobody's going to make any sudden moves. He lifted his hands away from his body, told Luke to do the same. The Wookiee speaker said something else. Something about the voice. Turn around, nice and slow, Lando told Luke. They turned. Sure enough, there was a Wookiee standing there, one with a bad haircut. Chewie, Lando said. Despite the helmets, Chewbacca recognized them at the same instant and lowered the blaster pistol he held. Lando smiled as he and Luke moved forward to embrace Chewie. What happened? Why's your hair chopped off? Chewie tried to answer at the same time Lando fired more questions, and Luke didn't get much of it, but he was glad to see the Wookiee. Finally, Lando began to translate for Luke. The shop owner's tied up in back in case anybody spotted Chewie coming in. They wouldn't think the Hodin was helping. Right, and slow down, pal. Chewie kept talking, a keening, harning noise. Okay. Leia thinks it's Black Sun that wants you dead, Luke. They're behind the assassination attempts, not the Empire. Huh? Well, I don't know how. There's just the three of us. How can we get inside the place? That won't help her if we get caught, will it? The dialogue ended abruptly as a blaster bolt lanced through the shop's open door and shattered a flower pot hanging from the ceiling. Shards of the ceramic pattered against Luke's back, and clumps of moist dirt and hummus fell around him. The jungle-like smell inside the shop increased. Hey! Outside the shop, 4 men with blasters loosed more shots. They weren't wearing uniforms, whoever they were. The 3 inside the plant store dropped to the floor. Chewie raised his blaster and blindly fired several rounds back at the shooters. Who are those guys? Why are they shooting at us? Lando said, Who knows? He pulled his borrowed blaster and added to Chewie's return fire. It didn't look as if they hit anybody from the torrent of light that came back at them. Is there another way out of here? Luke asked. Chewie growled a reply. Luke thought it meant yes. In the back, Lando yelled. He and Chewie cooked off several more shots, and the 3 of them crawled toward the back of the shop. They passed an old Hodin, bound and gagged in a corner. Sorry about this, Lando said to the Hodin. Send the Alliance a bill. They'll pay for it. Chewie reached the back exit and shoved the sliding door open. Another high-energy bolt zipped through the door at chest height and burned a hole in an inner wall. Fortunately, they were all still stretched out on the floor, and the hole was above their heads. Lando cursed. They've got us boxed. Before they could think about what they were going to do, somebody outside the back exit screamed. There came the sound of several blasters' discharges, but no fresh beams poked into the shop. What the? Lando began. Luke looked up from where he lay prone on the floor, plant dirt ground into the chest and belly of his stolen uniform, and saw a figure walking across an alley. Well, not walking so much as swaggering. Luke recognized the man. Dash Rendar. Oh, man. Here he was, saving Luke again. Luke hated this. Howdy, boys. Having a little trouble? He spun his blaster on his forefinger and blew across the end of the barrel. It made a slight hooting noise. Luke came up, saw Lando and Chewie do the same. He started to speak, but Lando beat him to it. Rendar, what are you doing here? Saving your butts, looks like. Seem to be my specialty. Better come on. We can talk as we move. Follow me. Luke shook his head. He really didn't like this. But there wasn't much he could say about it. Rendar was, unfortunately, right. In a conference room in his castle, Darth Vader stared at the small man who stood in front of him. You are certain of this? Yes, my lord, I am certain. Vader felt a flash of triumph. It was not enough, not by itself, but it went a long way toward the proof he needed. And you have the tape and documentation? Already in your files, Lord Vader, the little man smiled. You have served me well. I will not forget this. Continue your search. The little man bowed and laughed. So, there existed a recording of a freelance agent speaking to an Alliance crew chief, telling her she would be made rich if she could but kill Luke Skywalker. Of course, no direct connection to Zizor had been discovered, but Vader's agents would find it, did it exist. The briber had talked to the crew chief. Someone had talked to him. Vader's agents would backwalk every moment of the briber's life until they found out who had sent him, and who had sent the being who had sent him, and so on. It was one more addition to the growing collection of circumstantial evidence his agents had gathered and were continuing to gather. By itself, a grain of sand was nothing, but with enough grains one could cover a city. It would not do to tip his hand too early. As of now, he had enough sand to begin. A bit more, and he'd be able to bury Zizor. He must be removed, once and for all, and the day was coming when it would happen. Soon. It would be soon. Dash showed the way. Chewie took the point and led them into a warren of twisted corridors and tunnels that could lose any pursuers, given how fast Luke lost his own bearings. "So how'd you get here again?" Lando asked Dash. "The usual way. Sneaked in under the belly of a freighter in the sensor shadow, a trick I learned as a boy at the academy. A good pilot can do it in his sleep. How about you?" Lando's smile seemed a little sickly to Luke. He shrugged. "Yeah, we did that too. Piece of cake. Could have done it on autopilot, it was so easy." "Yeah, but how'd you manage to get here?" Luke asked. He pointed at the ground. "The Hodans? Oh, everyone knows about Spiro, don't they, Lando?" "I guess they do," Lando said. "Okay, that's how, but why?" Dash sighed. "Something to prove, I guess. I felt pretty bad after that disaster Luke and I went through. Not something I'm used to, making mistakes. But I figure, you crash your ship, you better climb into the next one you see and get it back in the air. Too much time goes by, and if you don't, you get afraid to fly. I screwed up, and I'm still not over that, but you can only sit and bubble in your own juices for so long. I work for money, but I figure I owe the Empire a little something. When Chewie called, I decided it was time to pay the Empire back." Luke nodded. "I understand how you feel." "I have a few contacts here," Dash said. "You must breakfast with me," Zizor said. Leia looked at him. He had come to her room early, but she had already dressed, and her costume was once again that of the bounty hunter she'd affected earlier, sans the helmet. She didn't want to wear the clothes this scum provided. "I'm not hungry," she said. "I insist." Even now that she knew he had tried to kill Luke, she could feel the ghost of that attraction to him. Fortunately, she was able to resist it. Anger made a good antidote. She decided to see if Zizor would reveal anything to her, said, "Will Chewbacca be joining us?" "Alas, no. Your Wookiee friend has taken his leave of us." "Gotten away and you can't find him, huh?" Zizor gave her a thin smile, totally without humor. "You think he escaped on his own? Really, Leia, I allowed him to break free." "Come on." "I want Skywalker. Skywalker wants you. I have you. Surely I don't need to draw you a diagram." She felt her belly twist and go cold. He was toying with them. The whole reason to have her come here was as bait for Luke. Oh no. She'd been hungry, but breakfast no longer held any appeal. This creature was evil, twisted, brilliant, and evil. "Where are we going?" Luke asked. Dash said, "I know a place we can hide. We can figure out what to do from there." Luke felt a sudden rush of something in him, a kind of powerful knowledge that filled him, made him grin. Of a second he had become one with the Force, and he hadn't even tried to do it. It just happened. "What?" Lando said, noticing. "We'll go to this place and make plans to rescue Leia," Luke said. He wasn't sure what he expected. Maybe that Lando or Dash or even Chewie would stare and shake his head, ask who had abdicated and left Luke in charge. Something. But the other three exchanged glances, looked back at Luke, and when they did, it was apparent that something had changed. "Right," Lando said. "Of course." Chewie moaned his assent. "What else?" Dash said. It was simply the right thing to do, and it felt as natural as breathing. That's what the Force was, he realized, a natural phenomenon. He had struggled so hard to attain it, and all that it required was that he relax and allow it, instead of trying to create it. Simple. Too bad simple and easy didn't mean the same things. Never mind. Because a thing was difficult did not mean it could not be done. With the Force, many things were possible. He still had much to learn, more than he'd ever thought before. He smiled. What was it Master Yoda had said? Recognizing your ignorance is the first step to wisdom? Yes. Gary stood in front of Zizor as he stripped from his breakfast outfit and began to dress for his appointments. She took no notice of his lack of clothing. Our agents say that a Corellian freighter answering the description of the Millennium Falcon is hidden somewhere near the Hasmondi warehouse district near the South Pole. Caesar selected a tunic and matching pants from his closet and examined them under the artificial light. So, there are hundreds of Corellian freighters that look like that, are there not? Not hidden in the Hazamati warehouse district. Are you saying you think Skywalker and the Gambler have come here, have eluded the Imperial picket line, and landed on the planet as bold as you please? Any half-wit pilot who knows the freighter trick can manage it. Our own smugglers do it all the time. Caesar rejected the outfit, tossed it onto the floor, and picked another suit of a darker hue and more conservative cut. All right, check it out. If it is Skywalker's ship, have it watched. When he shows up, have our people kill him. Circumspectly, of course. She nodded, turned and laughed. Caesar considered his image in the mirror after he dressed. Very impressive. He also considered what Geary had just told him. He didn't really expect Skywalker to arrive here so soon, but it was possible. If it was him, so much the better. Vader would be made to look a fool by having Skywalker killed under his very nose. And there was Leia, a problem he would eventually unknot to his satisfaction. He had plenty of time to play with her. Things could hardly be moving along any smoother, could they? Business had to go on, however, and Caesar could delegate only so much of it. Certain matters required his attention. He finished his inspection and headed for his receiving sanctum. Once there, Caesar said, "All right, who is my first appointment?" "General Sendo, Prince Caesar." Well, the device had been repaired enough to get his name right. "Send him in." General Sendo entered, bowed low. "Do sit down, General," Caesar said. "Your Highness." The man obeyed. There was the obligatory chit-chat. Then Caesar gave him a plastex envelope containing 10,000 in worn, used credit notes, his monthly stipend for keeping Black Sun abreast of things Black Sun might wish to know about. Sendo was a do-nothing officer in the Imperial Intelligence D-Stab branch who had never seen battle but who could access all kinds of information from where he worked, keeping a chair warm. Caesar put the envelope into the man's hand and waved him away. There was no chance of any betrayal here. Every supplicant who arrived was scanned and body searched for recorders or holocams, and any who happened to have such things upon his or her person was summarily executed once he stepped inside. The rules were simple, and everybody who entered Caesar's castle had those rules made known to them each visit. And if the courier decided to try to tell what he saw without proof, he would be wasting his time. Not to mention that the high-ranking officers of the local police, the local army garrison, and Imperial Navy intelligence were also on retainer to Black Sun, and any such reports concerning Caesar would find their way to his desk within moments of being given. Such reporters would simply disappear, courtesy of Black Sun's secret employees in the appropriate agency. Mei Li Wang arrived with a petition from the Exotic Entertainers Union, asking for general pay increases and better working conditions for the 20,000 workers who were members. Caesar was disposed to grant her request. Happy entertainers made for happier customers. Black Sun's percentage of the profits, donated by the owners of the businesses in which the entertainers were employed, would thus increase. Wang always asked and never demanded. He never even had to use his pheromones on her, she was so polite. Of course, he could not actually make the change himself. That would still be up to the Owners' League, but they had yet to refuse a recommendation from Black Sun, and he thought it unlikely they would do so now. "I'll see what I can do," Caesar said. Wang nodded, bowed, thanked him profusely for his generosity, and left. Bentu Paul Tarlin, the head of the Imperial Center Construction Contracts Division, arrived to hand-deliver the latest bids on major building projects on planet. With these numbers, Caesar could have his favorite companies bid at lower prices and win the jobs. Once construction was started, there would, of course, be cost overruns and delays to bring the monies involved up to profitable levels. Black Sun's percentage of such deals was not inconsiderable. Through a dummy consortium that hired consultants, Caesar arranged to transfer into Tarlin's account. The man left, pleased. Wendell Wright Sims dropped by to deliver 10 kilos of the highest grade spice. Caesar didn't indulge in such things himself, but sometimes he had guests who might wish to do so, and he wished to be hospitable as a host. He thanked Wright Sims and sent him on his way. There was no question of payment. The man did it to maintain favor. It was cheap insurance for him, even though that much spice was probably worth a couple of million credits on the streets. The head of Black Sun could have had these transactions handled by others, but he preferred to see his most valuable tools face to face now and then. It was part of the job, necessary to remind those in the know just who ran the system, and who would come looking for them if they ran afoul of Black Sun. The work might have been called tedious by some, but Caesar had not been bored in years. There were too many things to think about, too many angles to consider in even the most humdrum situation. Boredom was for those who lacked imagination. Caesar could sit alone in a room for days staring at a wall and be as mentally busy as most men working a complex and demanding job. The representative from the Jewelers Guild arrived. The place Dash led them to was a pit, dirty, smelly, and more of a cave than anything, bounded by raw sewage and rat-eaten power cables. At least that was what it looked like on the outside. Once they moved past a guard and a gate as thick as Chewy, the inside was a considerable improvement. It might have been a second-rate hotel in any one of the dozen ports Luke had visited, except that the prices for staying here would have bought them new houses on Tatooine, each. Or so Dash told them. "Now, if we can come up with an idea of how to proceed, I can reach out to my contacts," Dash said. "Do we have any ideas?" "Yes," Luke said. "I have one." 32. Luke took a deep breath, let it out slowly, and sought to clear his mind. Now that they had the time and space, he wanted to try again to reach Leia. He had removed the stolen uniform and discarded the blaster, and now he sat in the kneeling posture Master Yoda had taught him for meditation. The new clothes Dash had gotten for him felt appropriate. A coarsely woven, dark gray hooded cape and cowl, a plain shirt and a simple vest, pants, and jacket, knee boots, all in black, without any insignia. Maybe it was not quite the uniform of a Jedi Knight, but it was close enough. Relax. Let go. He concentrated, focused, said the name aloud. Leia. Waited a moment. Then, "Leia, I'm here. I'm coming for you." She was using the computer, trying to find a floor plan for Zizor's castle. He wasn't so foolish as to leave one where she could access it. Too bad. Leia. It was not telepathy so much as empathy, and since it had happened before on Bespin, she recognized the sensation quickly. Luke. She took a deep breath and let part of it out, held her silence. She was being watched. She must give no sign of the connection with Luke. She pretended to look at whatever the computer image was, but she was seen through it, into the distance beyond the walls. Leia, I'm here. I'm coming for you. That's what Luke was saying if she could have put it into words. But it wasn't expressed in words. It was a feeling, and she felt the truth of it. Luke was here, on Coruscant, not far away. He was coming for her. There was a calmness about Luke she hadn't felt before. He had grown stronger. His control of the Force was better. She was afraid for him and at the same time heartened at the connection. The sense of his confidence was very powerful. Before, when she'd felt him touch her this way, it had been when he'd been injured, when Vader was on the brink of destroying him. But now he felt strong, in control, potent. Maybe he could rescue her. Maybe they would survive all this somehow. Leia. She smiled. Luke, I'm here. Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight, smiled. In his chamber, Darth Vader felt the ripple in the Force. It was elusive, but he recognized it this time. Luke. He was here, on Imperial Center. The knowledge sent a chill through his body. Vader reached out, tried to touch his son. Luke. He frowned. The way was blocked. It was not only as if Luke's power had increased, it seemed also to be in two separate places. Impossible. He was interpreting the energies wrong. There could be no other as strong as Luke in the Force. The Jedi were all dead. The Emperor was gone, light years away. What could be causing that echo effect? Surely that was all it was, an echo, some reverberation in the Force. Of a moment the ripple passed, and Vader was alone again. He waved his hand, raised the lid of his chamber, stood and moved for his armor. Luke was here, and he was going to find the boy. Find him, and bring him to the dark side. 33. Zizor sat alone in his private dining room deep in his castle, and lunched on thin slices of moonglow, a delicate, rare, and expensive, pear-like fruit from more than 100 light-years away. As he ate, he frowned. It wasn't the fruit, which was crisp and delicious. No, that was outstanding, was exquisite as always. But something was wrong. What it was he could not say, but he had not gotten to the top of an organization where you were either quick and clever, or you were dead and gone by ignoring any input, be it logical or intuitive. In the complexity that was Black Sun, there was always problems. But there were no indications of any more problems than usual. No reports of treachery, no upstart rivals trespassing on forbidden territory, no idealistic and overzealous police officers snooping where they'd been paid to leave off. The machine seemed to be running fine. But there was an edgy, pit-of-the-stomach, nervous feeling he had learned to pay attention to over the years. It was a feeling, yes, but it was not as if he had no emotions, merely that he controlled them. He chewed thoughtfully on the fruit. Nothing had changed about it, but it seemed to be not quite as good as it had been a few moments before. Moonglow was found only on a single satellite world, in a small section of one forest. It grew naturally nowhere else in the galaxy. In fact, it could not be grown anywhere else. Many had tried to transplant the fungus-like tree, and all had failed. About the size of a man's fist, the fruit contained in its natural state one of the most potent biological poisons known. A single unaltered slice divided into 1,000 tiny pieces would be enough, if consumed, to kill 1,000 people and do it in less than a minute. There is no known antidote, but there was a way to neutralize the poison before eating the fruit. Such preparation of moonglow legally required a chef who had studied the technique for a minimum of 2 years under a certified master moonglow chef, and the process itself consisted of some 97 steps. Should any of the steps be omitted or performed incorrectly, the resulting dish might cause anything from a mild upset stomach to a painful thrashing hallucinatory coma, followed by death. If a would-be diner went into a restaurant that had the proper licenses to offer the dish, the price of a single serving of moonglow would be somewhere around 1,000 credits. Caesar generally ate it 3 or 4 times a month, and had the most respected moonglow chef in the galaxy on his payroll. Even so, a small thrill always arose when he consumed the fruit, always the possibility, however slight, of an error. It added a wondrous flavor to the taste. Eating moonglow was somewhat like Zizor's contest with Darth Vader when he thought about it. There was no thrill in contending with those you knew you would defeat beyond any shadow of a doubt. But with an opponent such as Vader, lapdog to the Emperor that he was, you had to remember that those teeth were sharp and always ready to bite. He did not think Vader would win, but there certainly was a slight possibility. It added a wondrous flavor to the contest. Was it Vader who tripped those warning jitters, or was it someone else? He pushed the moonglow aside, no longer interested in it. He would have Geary run a full security check on his operations, on planet and off, and while she was here, he would have her remove the remaining moonglow too. If his chef saw anything left on the plate, he would probably quit and hide dudgeon. Or worse, he might be upset enough to miss a step next time he prepared the dish. Caesar did not want that. Artists were so temperamental. He stared at the half-empty plate, whose cost would furnish food for a small family for several months. But there was nothing else to be done about the edgy feeling. It probably meant nothing anyway. Jitters, nothing more. He wished he could believe that. They sat at a small table in the Underground Hotel's restaurant, waiting for their meal to be served. Dash began. "This is the center of the Empire." "It is?" Lando cut in, heavy on the irony. "Uh-oh. We shouldn't be here. Why, it could be dangerous." "What's your point, Dash?" Luke asked, ignoring Lando's sarcasm. "The Empire's corrupt. It runs less on loyalty and honor than it does on bribes and graft. Credits lube the gears, and nowhere more than here." "So? You think you're going to be able to bribe a guard? I don't think Black Sun's likely to put that kind of guard on the door," Lando offered. "Not a guard. An engineer." "What am I missing here?" Luke asked. Dash continued. "In a bureaucracy, everything has to be filed and copied and logged in quadruplicate. You can't build anything without permits, license, inspections, plans. All we need to do is find the right engineer, one who maybe gambles too much or has more taste than he's got money." They still looked blank. All right, Dash said. Here's the idea. We know that the really big buildings on this planet extend as far under the surface as they do above it. One thing I know is, no matter how much gray water recycling and reclamation you do, some of it is always going to be lost. Waste products, sewage, they have to be pumped away where bigger and more efficient systems can work on them. Basic stuff. Don't follow your own nest, Luke said. So? A building as big as this one. Here he tapped a holographic postcard showing several huge structures that included among them the Emperor's castle. Generates a lot of waste. There has to be a way to get rid of it. I haven't seen any garbage vans or drain wagons on the streets or in the skies of Coruscant, so they have to break the solid waste down and pump it away, probably as a slurry. Therefore, we're talking about pipes. Luke got it. He looked around the table, said, "Big pipes." He saw the others get it. Chewie said something. Lando nodded and said, "Chewie's right. Those conduits, if they're big enough to admit people, will certainly be guarded." Chewie said something else. "Yeah," Dash said. "Chewie also points out such drains would be hard to locate, given that every building will have similar systems. It's probably a monster maze under the ground." "Right, but there'll still be fewer guards posted on a big sewage drain than the doors above ground. They wouldn't really expect any kind of assault that way. You couldn't move a lot of troops in without making noise their sensors would pick up, but a few men would be lost in the background gurgle if they were careful." Lando looked at Luke and Chewie, then back at Dash. "Assuming we could find a guide, you were saying you want us to wade through kilometers of sewage to get into this place." He looked at Dash as if he had just turned into a big spider. Dash smiled. "Exactly what the guards would think. Who would be that stupid?" Lando shook his head. "Us. Who else?" "And finding the guide's no problem. I know somebody." "I've heard that before," Luke said. Vader took a deep breath, blew it out, then took another. The energies of the dark side filled him, and he could once again breathe as a normal man did. He focused his anger. It was not right that he be crippled, that he couldn't do this all the time. It was not right. The healing energies held. As long as he could maintain his indignation, his lungs and the breathing passages stayed open and clear. He fed the fires of his rage with the unfairness of a galaxy that would not let him be whole. Still the healing energies held. He fought the sense of relief he felt, fought it and kept his anger pure. And still they held. Almost 2 minutes now. A new record. He would grow stronger. He would add Luke's power to his own, and he would be eventually able to shed the armor, to walk around as normal men walked. Luke. He tried to stop the smile. Failed. Sank back into the protection of his breathing chamber, unable to maintain the energies any longer. But even so, he'd managed 2 minutes. Eventually it would be 10 minutes, then an hour, then as long as he wished. Eventually. Leia was not the most patient woman in the galaxy, she knew. Being cooped up in a room, no matter how well appointed the room might be, was not her idea of fun. She tried meditating, but her mind buzzed too much. She worked on escape plans, but given how little information she had, that was also fairly limited in scope. Finally, she took to exercising. She knew some basic gymnastics, easy enough to do as long as you had a little floor space. The carpet was almost as thick as a tumbling mat, and while the roof wasn't high enough to allow flips, even if she could still do one, there was nothing stopping her from doing handstands and assorted presses. She stretched, twisted, did splits, pitted her muscles against gravity in a variety of ways, until she worked up a healthy sweat. When she was done and fairly exhausted, she felt a lot better. She padded into the refresher and cranked up the shower, turned off the lights and undressed, showered, and got dressed again in the dark. Tricky business, but since she was fairly sure Zizor had a hidden holocam or 3 in her room, she was not going to give him a show. Feeling a little sore but better, Leia once again considered ways to escape. Or more likely, ways to help Luke with whatever plan he had. She was worried about him, but on another level, pleased that he would come for her. It was nice to know somebody cared that much. 34. Dash's contact, one Benedict Vidcun, was more than willing to scan the systems, make maps, lead them himself, or whatever else they might want, as long as they had plenty of credits. They didn't really have a whole lot of money among them. Lando had a little stashed here and there, plus what he'd managed to get from the Galactic Bank before his accounts on Bespin were shut down by the Empire. But under a pseudonym, Leia had a line of credit from the Alliance for use in emergencies, and Luke knew the account's access code. He figured this was as good a time as any to use it. Vidcon was willing to sell himself cheaply, too. The engineer's integrity was apparently worth about 3 months' salary, and that was not very much. He was a short, thin man, fish-belly pale, with bulging brown eyes, a wispy beard and mustache, and more than his share of nose. He tended to clear his throat a lot. According to him, he worked nights, slept days, and seldom saw the sun, save when he went to and returned from his duties under the Imperial complex. His wife, a somewhat younger woman, apparently had very expensive tastes. See this conduit? This is a sub-sewer for the entire sector. You could drive a land speeder through it. It's huge. The branch we want is here. He pointed to the holograph floating over the table. That one drains Zizor's castle. There's a lock grate to keep out rats and snake eyes and other vermin, but maintenance has the key codes. After that, it's a clear shot to the building pipes here, about a half-kilometer's all. He touched the control on the projector, and the picture changed, enlarged as the viewpoint zoomed in closer on the mass of noodle-like tunnels. How big are those? Lando said. You can see, they're to scale, big enough for a couple of men to walk side by side if they ain't too tall. He glanced at Chewie. The Wook here'll have to hunch down some. Chewie growled at the little man. Those go into the building itself? The engineer cleared his throat, a phlegmy rasp. Yeah, there'll be another rat grate where they enter the structure. We're not supposed to have the lock codes for those, but, well, it so happens my brother-in-law, Dave, works for the firm that got the construction of Zizor's castle, and I can give you those. For a consideration. He grinned, revealing yellow teeth that looked sharper than they should. Luke and Lando exchanged glances. How much of a consideration? Dash asked. 250 credits? 125, Lando said before Dash could speak. Save us a lot of trouble, we get those codes. Blaster energy's cheaper, Lando said. We can blow the locks. 150. Make a lot of noise, you don't want that. 175. Lando nodded. Okay, deal. The engineer smiled nervously and continued. Now, we gotta watch out for the varmint zapper here. He waved his finger through the diaphanous image. Walk into that field and bzzz, it'll cook you faster than a high-amp microwave blast. As it happens, my other brother-in-law, Lair, he installs these things, and I have the bypass codes. For a consideration, Luke said. His voice was dry. Same price as the other? Lando cut his gaze to the ceiling. Dash said, All right. After that, all you gotta worry about is getting out of the gather chamber and past whatever guards are down there. I can't help you there. Caesar uses his own people, and I don't know any of them. We'll manage, Dash said. Vidcon nodded. He stood. Where do you think you're going? Lando said. Huh? Home. I don't think so, Dash said. I think maybe you'll stay here with us. But you said you ain't ready to go till tomorrow. We changed our minds, Dash said. We want to go now. And since we don't want to find a squad of stormtroopers or Black Sun guards waiting for us when we start wading through the sewers, we'd rather you didn't make any calls. Hey, I wouldn't turn you in. Not unless you thought you could get more for us from Black Sun or the Empire, Lando said. But since you're going to be leading us, anybody starts shooting, guess who gets it first? Vidcon looked nervous. He cleared his throat, swallowed, said, How about if I call my wife and tell her? She'll be really mad at me if I don't. So buy her a nice present when you get back, Dash suggested. You'll have a pocket full of credits. You can make it up to her. The engineer rubbed at his face, flashed his Oriental smile again. Yeah, well, I guess so, since I don't have much of a choice. That's right, Dash said. The planet glow was so bright, the incoming and outgoing ships so plentiful, that it never truly got dark here in Zizor's private balcony. There was apparently a brisk convection downdraft blowing, generated as the buildings cooled and the night air slid down into the artificial canyons toward the streets far below. Apparently, because even here, many stories above the surface, Zizor's protections included hand-thick transparent steel plate wrapped around the balcony in an armored bubble. He could see, but not feel, the night. It was a small price to pay for the safe view. There was always the option of donning a disguise if he wanted to walk along among the rabble, and thus far the lack of personal freedom had not bothered him that much. Guri approached from behind him, her footsteps barely audible. All of our security systems have reported, she said. And? No unexpected activity, nothing more threatening than usual. He nodded, waited a moment, then said, I invited her up here. He waved at the view. She refused. There was a pause, longer than Geary would normally allow before speaking. She said, "Your pheromonal attractant was insufficient to bend her to your will. That has never happened before." "I had noticed that, thank you." "This failure has made her more appealing." Caesar said, "Your point?" "One wants more what one cannot have. As long as she resists your advances, her charisma grows stronger. The more she resists, the more you desire her. It has become a contest of wills." He smiled. "So it has, which I will win eventually." Geary said nothing. "You doubt me?" "You have never failed before." Not really an answer, but true enough. "And you, my ever-vigilant bodyguard, you do not approve." "The more intelligent and dedicated someone is, the more dangerous she can be when threatened." He stared at the particularly congested lane of ground-to-space traffic. The running lamps of the vessel seemed to form an almost continuous line of bright-colored light. He said, "You, of all beings, should understand. Much of life is about the search for equals. You are unique. There are others similar to you, but none exactly like you. You are superior to any other HRD ever created." "Yes," she said. "Don't you ever want to meet one who is capable of moving, of feeling, of thinking up to your level? An equal?" "Not particularly. What would be the point? Greater than I, lesser than I, what does it matter to my functioning?" He turned away from the light show in the skies and looked at her. "Yet you wish for tasks that will challenge you." "Of course." "It is the same thing. Yes, it is dangerous to contend with one who might defeat you, and perhaps it is even more dangerous to consort with one who might some day stab you as you lie sleeping next to her. Still, the possibilities are so much more. There are billions of women, many of whom are more beautiful, more adept physically, even more dedicated," he continued, "maybe even all three. But this one is the one I want, and I will have her." Geary nodded once. "Ah, this is why you eat Moonglow." He looked at her. She did understand, at least on some level. He nodded. "After I have accomplished the conquest, when I've grown tired of her, then you may eliminate her." "After you have accomplished the conquest." He smiled, heard the unspoken "if you do" in her voice. After Geary left, he returned to his sky-gazing. Most people would be thrilled to have found a partner with whom they could live in stimulation for the rest of their lives. He was not most people. He was, just as Geary was, unique. He would wait as long as necessary to taste Leia, and when he had done so, he would be satisfied and finished with her. In his search for equals, she was close, but not quite as good as he. So far, nobody in the galaxy had been, and he did not expect he would ever find such a person. He was simply superior to everyone. He had learned to live with it. 3PO? "Yes, Master Luke. Everything okay on the ship?" There was a short pause. Luke twirled the small comlink absently in his fingers. 3PO's voice was somewhat tinny from the comlink. "On the ship, yes, but R2 has overheard some tactical communications on a shielded operations channel. Apparently there are search teams in the area. They seem to be looking for a Corellian freighter." Luke stared at the comlink. Okay. Keep a sharp eye out. If anyone starts snooping around you, call me." "Certainly I shall. Right away," 3PO said. Luke chewed at his lip. They were about to go into the sewers. He didn't need any more problems. Vader stood on the balcony of his castle, immune to the night breeze that washed over him. He had tried to reach out with the Force and find Luke, but had failed. Surely it was Luke. Who else could it be? And if it was, where he was exactly was probably not as important as why he was here in Imperial Center. Had he come to challenge Vader? Had he been sent on some rebel scheme to attack the Emperor? The protective line of Imperial warships would stop any attack by the rebel forces, but it was designed to detect large vessels and not mites. A determined pilot in a small ship could find ways through the Imperial Skynet. "What is it, my son? Why have you come here? Let yourself hear me. Reveal your whereabouts, and I will come to you." If Luke heard his call, there was no response. "My Lord Vader," came the voice from behind him. He turned. The little man who had supplied him with the damning information on Zizor stood there. Vader had left orders he was to be admitted no matter when he arrived. "You have something for me?" "Yes, my lord. We've uncovered a pirated copy of certain of planetary files for Falleen, thought to be destroyed." Why should I find this interesting? It contains some material about Prince Zizor's family. His father was king of a small nation there. Vader frowned. I knew his father was royalty, but I had been given to understand that Prince Zizor was orphaned at an early age. Not precisely, my lord. You may recall a biological experiment on Pauline that went awry a decade or so past. Yes, I recall. During the, sterilization procedure, some Imperial citizens' lives were lost. A regrettable incident. The little man touched a control on his belt. A hologram appeared between him and Vader. It appeared to be a family portrait of 8 Pauline. Vader looked at the group. There was a certain familial resemblance among them. Wait. One of them was Zizor. He looked much the same, a little younger perhaps. It was hard to say. Pauline aged very slowly. They were a long-lived species. Prince Zizor's family, the little man said, all of whom were killed during the destruction of the mutant bacterium that escaped from the lab. A light dawned then, bright and clear and sudden in Vader's mind. Ah, that explained much. It was not simply that Zizor considered Vader a competitor for the Emperor's affection, not merely a roadblock to his ambitions. It was personal. How did the records of this come to be destroyed? The little man shook his head. We do not know. For some reason, all references to Zizor's family simply vanished, shortly after the destruction of the city. Darth Vader had been in charge of that project. Zizor must consider him responsible for the deaths of his family. And now he wanted to kill Luke, Vader's son, not simply to make him lose face in the eyes of the Emperor, but for revenge. It made sense. Through Black Sun, Zizor had the means to get to and eliminate the records. He was Pauline, and thus patient. Was it not the Pauline who said that revenge was like fine wine? It should be aged until it was perfect. They were cold, the lizard men. They could wait for a long time to get what they wanted. Well, so could he. Once again, you have served me well, Vader said. When you finish this project, you will no longer have need to worry about money, such as my gratitude. The little man bowed low. My lord. Vader waved him away. He had things to think about. Things to do. 35. By the time they were ready to leave, the small band was outfitted with all the gear they thought they might need for a long hike through the sewers, followed by an assault on a heavily fortified building. Luke certainly didn't consider himself a Jedi Master, but he elected to use his lightsaber as a weapon. Chewie managed to locate a bowcaster, and Lando and Dash stuck to their own blasters. Nobody offered Vidcon a weapon. If the shooting started, they weren't at all sure which way he might be firing. Dash had expressed it by saying that people like Vidcon were useful, but you didn't trust them any farther than you could see them. You paid them what you owed them, and then got as far away as you could, fast. They elected to go during the daylight hours. Vidcon would normally be off work and thus would not be missed. That far under the ground, it wouldn't matter what the sun was doing either. Luke shifted some of the gear on his belt, adjusted the small backpack so it rode more comfortably on his shoulders. Dash said, "Ready?" Everybody was. "Let's do it." Darth Vader received a call from the Emperor via the holonet. "My master." "Lord Vader, how are things there?" Why was he asking that? "Calm. There are no problems." "Stay alert, Lord Vader. I have felt a disturbance in the Force." "Yes, my master." When the Emperor had discalmed, Vader stood and stared into infinity. Was it Luke the Emperor sensed, or something else? Black Sun and its amoral leader? Well, it was time, he decided, to see if he could back that particular adversary into a corner. To his computer, he said, "Get me Prince Zizor." In his sanctum, Zizor was mildly surprised at the incoming call. "Lord Vader, what a pleasant surprise." The image of Vader looked, as always, imperturbable. But when he spoke, the durasteel in his voice was barely covered by a thin layer of civility. "Perhaps not so pleasant. I have been made aware of your attempts to kill Luke Skywalker. You will cease all attempts to harm the boy immediately." Zizor kept his face neutral, even though he felt a violent surge of anger. Your information is in error, Lord Vader, and even if it were correct, I am given to understand that the boy is a rebel officer, all of whom are traitors and wanted dead or alive. Is this sudden change of policy an official Imperial decree? If Skywalker is harmed, I will hold you personally accountable. I see. I assure you that if I should happen to come across Skywalker, I will extend to him the same courtesy I would to you, Lord Vader. Vader broke the connection. Caesar took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Again, he told himself it was to be expected that Vader would uncover some information about Skywalker sooner or later, as had the Emperor. Few things of any real value could be kept secret forever. Still, it was another irritant. This should have no effect on his plans either. He would merely have to be more circumspect in his actions. When Skywalker could not be found, Vader might suspect who was responsible, but as long as he did not have proof, Caesar would be safe. Knowing that did not quite erase the lingering echo of fear. Of course, the Emperor could always shift his stance. He had done so more than a few times, and for reasons that often seemed capricious at best. Still, if Caesar could deliver the leaders of the Alliance, that would go a long way toward keeping Imperial favor. With the rebellion beheaded, a lot of effort would be saved, billions of credits and tens of thousands of men and machines would be freed for the Emperor's other pleasures, whatever those might be. The Dark Lord of the Sith might rant, but as long as he was that useful, Caesar would be blaster-proof and untouchable. Darth Vader was too much the Emperor's puppet to go against Palpatine's wishes. This conversation was thus mildly upsetting, nothing more, and in fact had given Caesar a knowledge he had not had before. Vader was not sleeping, and that was good to know. Underestimating one's enemy was always a bad thing. Leia went through the second exercise routine of the day, but kept it light. She might need to move in a hurry, and she wanted to be flexible and warmed up, but not exhausted. Things were about to happen. 36. The sludge was a greenish black, thick, oily, and it stank worse than anything Luke had ever smelled before. Dregs of the dregs. The silty goop was liquid, or at least fluid, and it flowed around their feet, sloshing sometimes deeper than their ankles. Luke was very glad he had calf-length boots with his new clothes. The tunnel on which they walked was as big as Vidcun had promised. It was lighted from a row of somewhat dim overhead glow sticks, but bright enough to see as much as they wanted. Something ahead of them chittered, and there came a pair of splashes, as if somebody had dropped a couple of head-sized stones into the inky liquid. Chewie, in the lead, muttered something. He sounded quite agitated. He stopped moving. Lando, right behind him and just ahead of Luke and Vidcun, said, I heard it. It's not my fault you didn't want to wear boots. Go on, it's more afraid of you than you are of it. Behind them, bringing up the rear, Dash said, Yeah, better watch yourself, Chewbacca. I hear that sewer serpents love Wookiee toes. Chewie's reply to that was short, sharp, and probably obscene. Lando said, Fine, forget the life debt, Johan. Let the bad guys keep Leia because you're afraid of a toothless little slitherette. Chewie growled, but started moving again. Vidcun said, What's with the Wook? He doesn't like little swimming or running things, Luke said. He really doesn't like them. Vidcun shrugged. A few hundred more meters, he said. He was apparently unaffected by their slog through the foul flow sloshing against their legs. Hey, Dash said. Look out! Luke spun, pulled his lightsaber from his belt, and thumbed the weapons control on, just in time to see a large bloodshot eye pop up on a fleshy stalk attached to something slithering through the murky efflume flowing toward them. He also caught sight of Dash's fast draw. A Dianoga. Don't shoot, Luke ordered. With that, he dropped into a crouch and swung the lightsaber. The Dianoga tried to duck, but it was too slow. The shimmering beam of hard light sliced through the stalk, and the eye tumbled into the sludge. The wounded creature began to thrash wildly, heaving large and muscular coils of its body every which way. Luke stepped in closer and brought the blade down, hit the Dianoga's body a solid blow, and chopped it in half. The cut pieces continued thrashing, but the spasms quickly subsided. Dash spun his blaster around his finger and dropped it back into his holster. Nice move, kid. I've seen these things before, Luke said. Last time I ran into one was in a trash compactor. It nearly got me. Chewie hardened his agreement. You spend a lot of time in places like this? Dash said. Not if I can help it. The five of them continued to wade through the mire. Just ahead there, Vidkun said. They stopped. There were two large, round holes in the wall, covered with finger-thick metal mesh gates. The holes were angled down slightly. More sludge ran from the smaller tubes in a shallow stream to join the slow-moving slurry in the large pipe. Lando said, Okay, Vidkun, let's see if those codes you have work. The engineer moved forward, did something to the locking mechanisms of the plastic card. The gate swung open. He grinned at them. See? Just like I told you. We want the one on the right. Chewie started to climb into the new tunnel. It was a little short for him, but the others should have no trouble walking upright in it. Chewie slipped, nearly fell, managed to catch himself. He had to put one hand into the goo to do it, and when he pulled that hand out, it was as dark as the stuff that covered it. He shook his hand violently. Chewie was not happy. Careful, Vidkun said. It's a little slippery in places. Chewie turned slowly to stare at Vidkun. Lucky for the engineer that Wookiee eyes weren't lasers. Otherwise, Vidkun would have been burned into a crispy black lump where he stood. Lando chuckled. Yeah, be careful, you big clumsy. Yow! Lando skidded and sat down in the sludge. He came up fast, but not fast enough to keep his backside from being soaked. Chewie laughed so hard Luke thought he might fall again. Luke fought his own grin. It served Lando right, but he didn't want to be next, so he kept quiet. Things had a way of happening if you tempted fate. You should have worn old clothes, Dash put in. Hey, Rendar, I don't have any old clothes. You do now. I don't think you'll ever get 'em clean enough to wear in public. They drum you right out of the elite stormtrooper smelling like that. Shut up, Lando said. They moved into the drain and climbed the slight incline very carefully. Coming on the zap field, Vidkun said. Let me run the deactivator. Everybody stopped while the engineer fiddled with the controls on a small black box he pulled from his belt. Just ahead of them, the air shimmered. There was a brief flash of purplish light. Should be okay now, Vidkun said. Fine. You go first, Lando said. The engineer glared at him, but moved to the front. When he walked a few more meters without turning into crispy fried Vidkun, they followed him. You'd think that after a while you'd get used to the smell, Luke thought. But it seemed to be constantly shifting, going from bad to worse, bringing forth stinks he'd never imagined. It was going to take a real hot and real long shower to wash the stench off. Where they walked, the sludge reflected the pale glow-stick light onto the walls of the tunnel in eerie, rippling waves. The smallest sounds were magnified and echoed, lapping back at them from the hard Duracrete walls. Not far now, the engineer said. Good. Lando, Luke, and Dash all said together. Chewie said something too, and Luke didn't need a translator to figure out he was in agreement. Better to face Zizor's guards than to endure this guck much longer. There, Vidkun whispered. There's the entrance to the building. It leads into the recycler in the sub-basement. There won't be any guards inside the recycler itself, but there'll probably be some in the adjoining flow chamber. Here's the key to the rat grate. He handed a plastic card to Lando. See you. He turned to leave. Dash stepped in front of him. Where do you think you're going? Hey, I'm done. I got you to the building. I got you to the floor plans for the place. That was the deal. Well, I guess you have us there, Dash said. That was the deal, all right. But see, there's been a little change in our itinerary. Vidkun looked alarmed. Easy. We aren't going to blast you or anything. We'd just like you to come along until we get to a place where you can safely wait for us. Vidkun wasn't having any of it. No offense or anything, but what if you get killed? I might be waiting a long time. I guess you'll have to take that chance, Lando said. It's not we don't trust you. It's just we don't trust you. Besides, it'll be a lot nicer inside. He waved at the gurgling black flow. I don't mind the runoff, Vidkun said. I'm in it all the time. Nevertheless, we insist, Lando said. He patted his blaster. Vidkun shrugged. Well, okay, since you put it that way. And before anyone could react, he pulled a small blaster of his own from his coverall and started shooting wildly. Luke hadn't seen it coming. The guy didn't seem to be the type. As a result, Luke was slow to clear his lightsaber. The first shot sheared past, a clean miss. The second shot hit Dash. Luke heard him grunt. Move, Luke. The engineer didn't get off a third shot because Dash snapped his blaster up and put a hole right between the man's eyes. Vidcun went down with a gooey splash that sprayed black onto the tunnel walls. He slid a little way down the gentle slope on his back, turned slightly, then stopped. A wisp of smoke rose from the ragged hole in his forehead. Dash? I'm okay. Just scorched me a little. He turned and showed the burn across his left hip. The bolt had sliced a clean line of Dash's coverall away and raised a large blister. It wasn't even bleeding. Don't get any of this crud on you, Lando said, waving at the sewage. Probably wouldn't do you any good. Where'd he get that blaster? Luke said, replacing his lightsaber. He must have had it all along, Lando said. What I'm wondering is, why'd he do it? We weren't going to hurt him. Guy like that, he figures he's sold out. Why shouldn't we? Dash said. Luke opened the first aid kit he'd brought and offered Dash a surgical dressing. Dash slapped the patch on over his hip, pressed the seal, and relaxed a little as the topical painkiller and the bandage coated the wound. He moved to look down at Vidcun. I stand corrected, he said. I guess we were going to blast you, but it wasn't our idea. Let's hope the guards didn't hear the shooting, Lando said. Yeah, Luke looked around, took a deep breath. Ready? They were. 37. Uh-oh, Luke whispered. Crouched behind him in the recycler, Lando also whispered. I do not need to hear that. A beat. What? Even a whisper seemed loud in the chamber. More of the foul, murky fluid pooled around their ankles. A converter inset into the circular walls hummed and made yet more of the sewage, trickling it down an open drain. Guards, Luke said. So? There are 6 of them. 6? To guard a sewage plant? Dash added his whisper. So what? There's only 1.5 each. How long does it take for you to pull a trigger, Calrissian? Listen, pal, don't worry about how long Shh, Luke said. He peered through the half-fogged cover plate on the recycler's door again. True, there were 6 men only a few meters away. Then again, 4 of them sat at a table playing cards, blast rifles stacked against the wall. 2 others stood near the card players, watching and apparently offering advice. But they had their weapons slung over their shoulders. Dash was right. If they moved fast, they could cover the guards before they had a chance to unship their rifles. They could disarm them, tie them up, and be on their way with nobody the wiser. The trick was to do it before one of the guards got his comlink out to call for help. Luke moved away from the cover plate and crouched in the mire with the others. Okay, here's the deal. Dash, you pop the hatch. I'll go first. Chewie's behind me, then Lando, you come last. Whoa, why that order? Dash whispered. And who put you in charge? I can stop a bolt with my lightsaber if one of the guards is some kind of quick-draw expert. Chewie's pretty impressive with his bowcaster. They'll pay more attention to him than you or Lando. Plus, he's a better shot if it comes to that. Not a better shot than I am. And it'd be a lot easier just to jump out and mow 'em all down, Dash said. We hit 'em fast and hard. They're history. That's the difference between us and the Empire, Luke said. They wouldn't hesitate to do it that way. We don't shoot unless we have to. Fine. Get us all killed being a nice guy. Luke shook his head. A Jedi had to know how to be active if the situation required it, but a Jedi was also supposed to avoid violence whenever he could possibly do so. Warrior and killer did not mean the same thing. Okay, ready? Luke held the lightsaber down low so the glow wouldn't give them away and clicked it on. He took a couple of deep breaths. On 3. 1, 2, 3! Dash shoved the hatch open. Luke leaped out, brought his lightsaber up into a ready stance. Nobody move! He yelled. Chewie jumped out behind him. The Wookiee's wet feet slid on the floor as if he were wearing ice skates, and he fell flat on his back. Lando tried to leap over Chewie, but tripped on the fallen Wookiee and sprawled face down. The startled guards leaped up and went for their weapons. Oh, man! Leia was sitting on the bed when all of a sudden she felt a hot jolt of fear. What? They might be stuck in a lousy assignment, but the guards weren't slow. The 2 standing unslung their blast rifles and swung them up, fired. Luke blocked the first bolt, shifted in the force, blocked the second. Dash dived over Lando and Chewie, shoulder rolled once, stretched out prone, fired once, twice, 3 times. The 2 standing guards went down, but another one spun away from the wall, blast rifle spewing. Chewie sat up, and the bowcaster spoke. The third guard went down, but the fourth one shot at them. Luke barely blocked a beam that vibrated his hands and arms hard, but the reflected bolt hit one of the overhead lamps and shattered it. The room went dimmer. Dash's blaster spat hard light again and again. Chewie's bowcaster thrummed. The guards were all down, save one, but he didn't have a gun. He was yelling into a comlink. Lando shot the last guard and he dropped. The comlink flew from his hand and rolled to a stop next to Luke's boots. From the comlink came a tinny voice. Thix? What's going on down there? Thix? Come in. Sector 1138. Come in. Chewie came to his feet. The Wookiee shrugged and looked embarrassed. Luke shook his head, stomped down on the squawking comlink with his boot heel and smashed it. So much for sneaking in quietly, Lando said. Zizor was paying the cultural minister his monthly bribe when Geary stepped into the room. The Dark Prince made polite noises and dismissed the minister. When the man was gone, he said, What? A problem in the sub-basement. What kind of problem? She shrugged. We don't know. That area is still not wired for surveillance, and the guards are not answering. Another communication failure, he said. That happened a lot down where the pipes and conduits and heavy durasteel beams were thick. Some kind of comm wave interference the engineers had not been able to resolve. Dead spots, they called them. It's either a comm glitch, or Skywalker's faster and smarter than we thought. Have the drain sensors picked up any armies marching in under the building? No. Good. If it is Skywalker, he's probably alone, or perhaps the Wookiee's with him. Send a unit to check it out. 2 squads are already on the way, she said. Good. Send in the Moff on your way out. There's nothing to worry about. There really wasn't anything to be worried about, he told himself. One boy wasn't going to get past his security, no matter how lucky he was. Luke and the others ran. So far, the floor plan they'd memorized was accurate, but it was too big to have learned it all, and there was a chance they might blunder into a dead end if they weren't careful. Still, speed was the most important thing now. The place was alerted. They'd have to risk it. They couldn't afford to take the guided tour. Chewie knew where Leia was, and he was in the lead. The quartet came around a sharp corner in a wide corridor and turned into 4 more guards. Everybody who had a blaster started shooting. From the comlink on Luke's belt, 3PO's strident and excited voice suddenly began calling. Master Luke! Master Luke! Luke blocked an incoming blaster beam. He yelled at the comlink, but left it at his belt. We're busy here, 3PO. But Master Luke, there are men coming toward the ship. Men with guns. Great. Just what he needed. Luke deflected another beam, leaped forward, and found himself within reach of the man who'd shot at him. He whipped the lightsaber down, and the hand holding the blaster dropped to the floor. Luke spun and thrust a sidekick at the guard, hit him squarely on the nose, and knocked him flat. The other guards were all down as well. Luke pointed the way the guards had just come. That way. It ought to be clear. As they ran, he pulled his comlink from his belt. 3PO? Oh dear, 3PO! Master Luke, oh, what shall we do? Take the ship out of there now, just like we talked about. R2 knows the systems. You can operate the controls. Call me back when you're in the air. Keep it suborbital and under the stratospheric security scanners. You got that? Yes, Master Luke. Go! Leia felt something in the air, a sense of impending something she couldn't quite touch. Luke. Luke was here. She began to gather the parts of her disguise. We've lost contact with the second unit of guards, Geary told Zizor. Same area? No, 4 levels up. That was well above the normal area of comm problems in the castle, and an unlikely coincidence. Put security on full alert. Already done, she said. Could it be Skywalker? Had he somehow gotten into the castle without being detected? Or was it someone else? Cancel my appointments. Go and fetch Princess Leia. Bring her to my strong room. Chewie led them up another 8 or 10 floors before they ran into another group of guards. The exchange of blaster fire was fast, the air full of crackling energy, yelling men, the smell of burned wall and ozone. Dash was right about one thing. He could shoot. He nailed 3 guards with 3 shots. Zap, zap, zap. as fast as anybody Luke had ever seen. Luke himself deflected or blocked the bolts that came his way, the ricochets adding to the general confusion. Chewie and Lando pounded away with their weapons. The guards were not bad, but they weren't desperate. They were shooting for pay. Luke and his friends were shooting for their lives. The last guard standing turned and ran. Chewie spiked him, and he did a belly flop onto the floor and skidded 2 meters before veering into a sidewall and thumping into a halt. Go, go, go! Leia felt somebody approaching her room. Intuition, she guessed, but she trusted it. She grabbed one of the chairs and slid it next to the door, stood on the back of it, balanced carefully against the wall, the heavy bounty hunter's helmet clutched tightly in her hands. The door opened, and Geary stepped into the room. She was fast, but Leia had already started moving. Before Geary could turn, Leia hammered the back of her head with the helmet. It was a powerful blow, and would have knocked a human woman unconscious. As it was, the impact was enough to off-balance the droid, and she stumbled forward. That was enough for Leia to leap from the chair and scoot out of the room into the hall. She slapped the door control. Geary recovered and was on the way back when the door shut. Leia jammed the lock mechanism closed. The door shook from Geary's impact. The next hit splintered the heavy plastic, spiderwebbed it with tiny cracks. It wasn't going to hold her long, Leia knew. She turned and ran. Chewie led them up a stairwell a dozen levels above where they'd entered the castle. Master Luke, we have successfully left the building. 3PO. Luke pulled his comlink so he wouldn't have to yell at it. Where are you? Somewhere in the sky, Master Luke. What? Oh, be quiet. I'm flying it correctly at a... Ah! 3PO? There was a moment of silence, then a crunching noise. I saw it, you blithering ashcan. If you hadn't distracted me, I would have turned in time. 3PO, what is going on? Luke heard R2 whistling frantically in the background. Shut up, you twit. It was not my fault. 3PO? The droid said, What? Where? Oh no! Then came a sound like breaking glass. 3PO! I'm sorry, Master Luke. Thanks to R2's woefully inadequate instructions, we've accidentally destroyed an advertising billboard and a broadcasting tower. No, I don't think we hit that hover van. We just brushed it. Yes, it was too your fault. If you hadn't been jabbering at me like an overheated tea kettle, I would have... 3PO, stop talking to R2 and tell me what's going on. We are flying somewhat low to the ground because R2 said we should, but I do think we should climb a bit higher. No, I don't care how much astronavigation you know. I am flying the ship now. Just give me the directions. All right, listen. Bring the Falcon to the coordinates I told you. Hurry. And gain enough altitude so you don't hit anything. You see? I told you we were too low, but no one can tell you anything. You know it all. 3PO. Yes, Master Luke, we're on the way. No, I don't think we should go that way. That building's much too tall. We should go this way. Oh, look out! Luke had to break the connection then. There was a door just ahead of them, a heavy fireproof door, and it was locked. Lando leveled his blaster at it, but Luke stopped him. Don't. It's magnetically shielded. That will bounce off and maybe hit one of us. How are we supposed to get through it then? Stand back. Let's see if it will stop a lightsaber. He lit the blade. The door would not stop a lightsaber. They went through and continued to climb. Geary burst into Zizor's strong room. He blinked at her. What? She got away. She was waiting when I got there. She struck me from behind. I am undamaged, but it gave her enough time to slip out. Blast! Caesar could not control his outbursts. This was not good. This was his castle, and things were getting out of control. Had he underestimated Skywalker? Apparently so. Time to correct that. He moved to a desk, opened a sliding panel, removed from the hidden compartment a sleek and high-powered blaster. All right, let's go find her, and whoever is causing these problems. Hold up a second, Lando said. What? Why? Lando pointed at a junction box inset into the wall. This is a security breaker. So? Move to that side. Everybody did. Lando fired a blaster bolt into the simple lock mechanism, swung the thin plate open. The surveillance holocams and sensors are routed through these fiber optic cables. He waved his blaster at several finger-thick translucent white wires. How do you know that? Trust me. I have some experience with such things. With that, he blasted the cables. Smoke and sparks spewed from the wall, made a short-lived fountain of yellow and orange before it shorted out. The acrid stink of burned plastic filled the corridor. Now they won't be able to see us, at least on this level. If we take out all these we find, they'll go blind. Chewie yelled something. Luke turned. More guards, and they weren't blind, although they shot as if they were. Good thing, too. This way! Luke yelled. Firing behind them, the four of them ran, blaster bolts stabbing after them. They rounded another corner, zigzagged through a side corridor, and sprinted toward a door at the end of the hall. Heard somebody pounding toward the other side, saw the door start to slide back. Dash and Lando brought their guns up. No! Luke yelled. Don't shoot! The door opened wide to reveal Leia! Luke grinned and she returned it. He ran to her. They embraced. Took you long enough, she said. She looked closer at them, wrinkling her nose. Gah! What have you been swimming in? You smell like that stuff Lando tried to feed us, and you look like it too. The ship broke down, Luke said, so we had to take a shortcut through the sewer. Both of them glanced at Lando. It was not my fault about the ship, Lando said. It was Han's modification. Never mind. Let's get out of here. Now 5. They ran. Master Luke? What is it now, 3PO? We appear to have caught the attention of a robotic police vessel. It seems to be following us. Well, lose it. How, Master Luke? Fly like Han does. As she ran next to him, Leia's eyes went wide. You're letting the droids fly the ship? Are you crazy? They're doing all right. Just a few jitters, that's all. They're really doing quite well. No, shut up, R2, 3PO said. You heard what Master Luke said. I'll just loop around. Whoa! Yeah! R2's whistles and squeals sounded even more frantic. Master Luke, help! Help! 3PO, what are you doing? R2's whistle sounded like a recording played at ultra-high speed. I'm trying to turn it right side up. Be quiet. Ah! Sounds as if they're upside down, Lando said. Doing all right, you said, Leia said. I can't believe you let them fly the ship. 3PO, do what R2 tells you. R2, show him how to pull out of that loop. There came another exchange of squeals and nervous chatter over the comlink. Ah, that's better. We seem to have lost the pursuer, Master Luke. I believe it smashed into that walkway we flew under while we were upside down. I can't believe you let the droids fly the... Luke glared at her. Will you stop saying that? He looked back at the comlink. All right, you two. Get to the coordinates like I said, and be more careful. We're doing quite well now, Master Luke. Don't worry. Luke stared up at the ceiling and sighed. 38. I'll sound the general alarm, Geary said. No! How would that look? The head of Black Sun allows his security to be breached. Tell the perimeter guards to watch their backs. Whoever got in had better not get out. Geary nodded and spoke into her comlink. They hurried down the corridor past the room from which Leia had escaped. There was a surveillance nexus, a substation not far ahead, where they could access the feed and see holograms of the holocam input. They would stop there and spot the intruders, who were inside the cam net once they ascended from the basement. They arrived at the node. Geary tapped commands into an old-fashioned keypad. An image of Zizor's personal logo appeared in the air. She tapped in her security ID code, changed the reader from pad to Vox access. Display level 15, anybody not wearing an employee uniform. The image broke into a million tiny dots, swirled like water going down a drain, then went blank. Zizor frowned, tapped his forehead with the blaster he held. Where is the image? Geary asked the computer. Holocam and sensor feed on level 15 are currently non-operational. Display level 16. Again, the image stayed blank. Display level 17. The same. Display level 18. The air swirled, and a multiple scan of empty hallways and rooms blinked into ghostly images. They're on 17, Zizor said. Geary looked at him. He waved the blaster at the images. They're blowing out the breakers so we won't see them. If they'd gotten to 18 yet, the floor would also be gone. Come on. We don't know how many of them there are, Geary said. We've lost at least a dozen guards. It's too dangerous for you to go there. I will be the judge of what is too dangerous, he said, and since we know it is Skywalker, this is where it ends. I will dispatch him personally. He would not be embarrassed in his own castle. So what is the plan? Leia said, breathless. We get out of here, Luke said. Get to the Falcon and get off world as fast as we can. As if to head off her much repeated amazement, he said, 3PO and R2 can do it. She shook her head. Chewie said something, and Leia guessed that the Wookiee wasn't too pleased with their new pilots either. Listen, Lando said, if we don't get out of here, it doesn't matter who's flying what. Come on. Leia nodded. Lando had a good grasp of the situation. Dash said, the man is right. Luke said, nobody will think we're stupid enough to go up. They'll look for us to try and leave at ground level. Lando laughed. Yeah, that's the problem with our opposition. They keep thinking nobody could possibly be as stupid as we are. Fools them every time. Leia shook her head again. She now carried a blaster somebody had taken from one of the fallen guards along the way, and that made her feel a little better. Not much better, but a little. She'd seen enough of Zizor to realize that if they couldn't escape, it would be better if he didn't take them alive. Beneath that charming facade lurked a monster, and she had no intention of falling into his hands again. Zizor and Geary stepped into the turbolift. Level 20, Zizor ordered. We'll wait for them there. The turbolift dropped, gave him a moment of free fall that fluttered in his belly like a trapped bird trying to escape. Despite the anger he felt at being invaded, there was a sense of excitement about all this. It wasn't very often he got to dispatch people with his own hands. He was certain that the castle breakers included Luke Skywalker. For daring to get this far, he would take particular pleasure in killing the boy. He took a deep breath, exhaled part of it, fought for control. It was not seemly to allow his emotions such free play. Then again, there was no one here but Geary and his staff. He didn't care what she thought, and his guards were going to be replaced to a man after this was over. Failure of one was, as far as Zizor was concerned, failure of all. And those other than foot soldiers, the supervisors, would find their dismissals particularly painful. The turbolift slowed. His weight seemed to increase as the floor of the lift pressed harder against the soles of his boots. Level 20, the turbolift announced. The door slid wide. Zizor raised the blaster to point at the ceiling next to his right ear in a ready carry position. He spent a few hours a week practicing at his personal firing range. He was an excellent shot. Geary bore no weapon, though she also excelled at marksmanship. She seldom needed to use a blaster. They stepped out into the corridor. Level 20, Dash said. Stairs end here. We'll have to zip in and find another set. How many levels are in this place? As I recall, 102 above ground. Oh man, Lando said. And we have to go all the way to the roof? No, there's a landing pad extending out from level 50, Luke said. That's nothing. Another 30 flights, we won't even be breathing hard, Dash said. I can barely breathe now, Lando said. You're getting old, Calrissian. Yeah, and I'd like to get a lot older, too. There should be another set of stairs across the hall and down another 60 meters, Luke said. Let's move. They moved. Zizor saw them first because Geary was opening his side door, looking to see if they were already here and hiding. 5 of them, Leia included. The Wookiee was there. He should have expected him to come back for her. And 3 men. One of them was dark-skinned. That would be the gambler. Another one was not somebody he recognized. And the third was Skywalker. The Dark Prince smiled, turned sideways, lowered his blaster, and extended it one-handed, his free hand on his opposite hip, just as if he were shooting targets in a sanctioned competition. Lined his sights up on Skywalker's left eye, let out half his breath, held it, squeezed the trigger gently. Luke spotted the tall alien just as he brought his blaster to bear. Uh-oh. Looked like the guy had spent a lot of time at the range. He jerked his lightsaber from his belt, flicked it on, and let the Force claim him. The deadly lance of energy rocketed at Luke. His lightsaber came across, an inward move, and stopped as if by its own volition in front of his face, blocking the view from his left eye. He felt the impact as the energy of his blade deflected the energy of the incoming bolt. It would have hit him right in the eye. The alien fired again. Again the lightsaber moved, directed by the Force. Another beam splashed harmlessly against the handmade Jedi weapon and bounced back and down, hit the floor and burned through. Zizor frowned. How could he do that? He couldn't be that fast. He fired again. Guri leaped out into the corridor. She held a chair, a heavy metal thing with casters on the bottom. She hurled it down the hallway as if it weighed no more than a pebble. "Look out!" Luke yelled. A chair pinwheeled at him. He couldn't use his saber to cut it down and risk another bolt from the shooter. Chewie stepped forward, level with Luke, brought his bowcaster up, fired. The chair exploded into shrapnel and sprayed them with a prickly hail. Leia saw Zizor and Giri in front of them. She snapped her borrowed blaster up and fired, saw immediately that she was too high, tried to lower her sights. Zizor realized two things. He was outgunned, and Skywalker could stop his fire. He was more startled than afraid, but knew he had to get out of the hall fast. "Move!" he yelled at Giri. She stepped in front of him and blocked him from the 5 down the hall as he stepped into the empty room from where she got in the chair. A second later she joined him. "That's an interesting trick he does with that lightsaber," Zizor observed. "He is related to Vader," she said. "Shall I call the guards now?" He sighed. "Call them." She was already speaking into her comlink. "That was Zizor," Leia yelled. "Good, let's get him," Luke yelled back. "I don't think so," Lando said. "Look." A dozen guards rounded the far end of the corridor and started shooting. "In there!" Dash yelled. There was a door to their left. Chewie opened it by smashing through it. Leia followed him, Lando and Dash behind her. Luke went last, blocking and batting aside beams that zipped at them like angry hornets. Inside the room, some kind of office, they looked at each other. "Now what?" Leia said. Blaster bolts continued to whiz past the destroyed doorway. Lando looked at Luke, who nodded. "Well," Lando said, "it's time for desperate measures." He reached into the small backpack he wore and came out with a round, silvery ball about the size of a man's fist. There were some controls, a finger-wide slot around the ball's equator, and what looked like some kind of electronic diode on the top and in the slot. Leia looked at the shiny ball, then at Luke. He nodded at Dash. More blaster bolts zizzled past. They apparently hadn't noticed out there, yet nobody was shooting back. Dash took the ball from Lando. "It's a thermal detonator," he said. "Lando's got 3 of them. They run at a timer or a dead man's switch. Flip that switch right there, press that button in and hold it. If you let go without disarming the dead man's switch first, it goes off." "And does what exactly?" "Makes a small thermonuclear fusion reaction." "A small thermonuclear fusion reaction," she said. "Yeah, just enough to vaporize a good-sized chunk of whatever's next to it." "I see. That includes us if it goes off in here, right?" "Right, but we're betting your friend the leader of Black Sun won't want us to trigger it while he's around, not to mention what it would do to his castle." She nodded. "Let me see it." Dash's eyes went wide. Luke nodded at him. Leia took the device, examined it. "And if you don't use the dead man's switch?" "It runs on a timer. The default setting's 5 minutes. If you lock it in there, once the timer starts, nobody can turn it off." "Got it." She hefted the metal ball, then tucked it inside the bounty hunter's helmet hooked to her belt. The males all looked at each other. Luke said, Leia? You said you had more than one of them, right? I want to hang on to this one. It might come in handy." Luke shrugged. "Okay, we brought it with your money anyhow." The blaster bolts outside the doorway stopped. "I guess we better have a little talk with Zizor," Luke said. Lando handed him another of the thermal detonators. Luke touched the controls. The device started making a beeping sound. Tiny lights winked on and off. Luke took a deep breath. Caesar moved out into the hall behind the dozen or so guards who moved toward an open door across from where he and Giri had ducked. He heard a small noise, a repetitive beep. What was that? Skywalker stepped out into the hall. The guards pointed their blasters, but the boy didn't have his lightsaber in hand. Instead, he held some kind of small device. Caesar had not always been an armchair commander. He'd paid his dues in head-knocking and strong-arm work, and he knew a bomb when he saw one. "Don't shoot!" he yelled. "Lower your weapons." The guards looked at him as if he had gone mad, but they obeyed. "Good idea," Luke said. The other intruders and Leia moved out into the hall behind Skywalker. The beep was suddenly very loud in the silence. Tiny lights blinked on the device. You know what this is? Skywalker said. I have a pretty good idea, Zizor said. It's rigged with a dead man's switch, Luke said, if I let it go. There was no need to finish that sentence. What do you want? To leave, my friends and I. If you release the bomb, you'll die. So will your friends. He glanced at Leia. That would be such a waste. The boy shrugged. Like it stands, we're dead anyway. We have nothing to lose. How about you? You ready to give all this up? He waved at the building around them. This is a Class A thermal detonator. You know what that means? Some of the guards knew, to judge from the sudden intakes of breaths and muttered curses. I think you're bluffing. Only one way to find out. Your move. Caesar thought about it. If the boy wasn't bluffing and somebody shot him, a Class A TD would take out several floors of this building in a heartbeat. With that many of the support girders erased, the 80-odd stories above would collapse. The structure might topple like a log tree to smash into the streets below, or it might telescope straight down and flatten whatever base remained. Either way, the castle would be a total loss, as would anybody trapped inside it. He could build another castle, but if the bomb went off this close, he wouldn't be around to do that. Was he willing to risk all he had worked for, his very life itself, that Skywalker was not suicidal? He was Vader's relative, wasn't he? Vader wouldn't bluff, and these Alliance types had demonstrated over and over again how brave they were against overwhelming odds. No, he could not take the chance. All right, leave. Nobody will stop you. Alive, he'd be able to chase them down. Dead, well, dead was dead. 4 of them edged past the guards, who nearly fell over themselves trying to get out of the way, as if a few meters would make any difference. Fools. Skywalker stood facing him alone. Caesar watched the others walk away. Maybe Geary could move fast enough to grab the thing before it exploded. Where was Geary? Maybe he could try a bluff, Caesar thought. To Skywalker, he said, You've caused me a great deal of trouble. That's too bad, the boy said. You had it coming. I could still shoot you. You could try. He still held the lightsaber. He flicked it on, held it loosely in one hand. I could shoot one of the others, your friend the Wookiee, or the princess. We'd all be vapor before you hit the floor, you included. It was a standoff, and Skywalker knew it. Caesar looked around. Suddenly the 4 stopped. The dark man reached into his pack and produced another shining ball. Caesar smirked, said, What's the point of that? You can't blow us up any more with 2 of those. The dark man grinned. There was a garbage chute next to him, and he opened it. It led to the recycling bins in the sub-basement. He flipped a control on the device. It started beeping and flashing. Caesar had an awful premonition. He yelled, No! But the man tossed the bomb into the chute. You have 5 minutes to leave the building, the dark man said. If I were you, I'd get moving. Caesar spun, faced his guards. Get to the turbolifts, get to the basement, and find that device. Get it out of here. But he was wasting his time. The guards panicked. They broke and ran, yelling frantically. They nearly knocked him over. By the time he'd recovered, Skywalker and Leia and the others had gone, and the guards were hurrying to do the same. Blast! In 5 minutes, Caesar's castle was going to be destroyed. Caesar ran too. He had a private express turbolift. If he hurried, he'd have plenty of time to get to his personal ship and get clear. His emotions raged uncontrolled. A cold fire cooked his reason into deadly anger. He would get his ship, and he would follow them, to the end of the whole galaxy if he had to. Then they were going to pay for this with their lives. 39. They took the lift and told it to hurry. Less than a minute later, they were on level 50. During the trip, Luke shut down the thermal detonator and gave it back to Lando. It wasn't likely Zizor would have much luck with getting guards to chase him now. Anybody with half a working brain would be heading for the nearest exit, especially given the alarms blaring so loud it was hard to think. Probably one of the outgoing guards had tripped the warning hooter. They should have plenty of time to make their own escape, if 3PO and R2 had gotten there. If not, they weren't going to have long to regret it. The doors opened, and as they exited, 20 or 30 very excited people jammed in past them, stuffed the lift so full there was no room left. These people, who couldn't make it, cursed or screamed or cried, moved to the next turbolift door and pounded on the call button. Must be quittin' time, Dash observed. They have 4 whole minutes, Lando said, his voice dry. Better hurry. That's cold, Luke said. They should have thought about that when they decided to go to work for Black Sun, Lando said. It's a high-risk operation being a crook. The landing pad ought to be that way, Dash said. Come on. There didn't seem to be many people left in the hall. As they watched, another turbolift arrived, and what room there was, it was already half full of people, presumably from floors higher up, was quickly taken. When the doors closed, the 5 of them appeared to be alone. They hurried in the direction Dash remembered was the right one. 50 meters down the hall, Luke heard something. He reached out with the force, couldn't find anything. He waved the others on. Go ahead, I'll be right there. They did as he said. He pulled his lightsaber, flicked it on. Behold the Jedi Knight, a woman said, the man of legend. He turned. The woman called Geary stood there, a droid. Lando had described her in great detail on the way here. You have caused my master much misfortune, she said. You should die for that. Luke aimed the sword point at her. She didn't seem to be carrying any kind of weapon that he could see, but Lando had told him how fast she was, and how strong. But you have that blade, and I am unarmed, she said. She held her hands away from her sides, empty palms facing him. He had maybe 3 minutes. The smart thing to do would be to cut her down and get moving, or at least herd her out of the way using his sword and head for the rendezvous with, he hoped, the Falcon. But why start doing the smart thing now? He clicked the lightsaber off, rehooked it to his belt, made sure it was securely fastened. What do you want? A test, she said. My master pits himself against the deadliest opponents he can find. There is no man who is my equal in hand-to-hand combat, except perhaps, if the stories are true, a Jedi Knight. This building is going to blow to pieces in 3 minutes, he said, and you want to play games? It won't take that long. Are you afraid to die, Skywalker? Yes, of course he was. But then, in a moment, he realized that he really wasn't. The Force was with him. Whatever happened, happened. She leaped at him. She was impossibly fast. On his own, he'd never have dodged, but he was permeated with the Force. He stepped to his right and kicked at her as she flew past, hit her on the hip and knocked her sideways, but not off her feet. Good, she said. Glad she thought so. She was supernaturally fast, and it was only by holding to the Force that he could begin to match her. She circled, looked for an opening. Luke! Leia scream distracted him. He flicked his gaze toward the sound of her voice, saw her and the others turn to look at him. It was enough for Geary. She took a long, sliding step and punched. Luke backpedaled, but even so, her fist hit him in the belly hard. Oof! She followed up with an elbow, but he dived away, rolled and turned, came up with his hands lifted as she darted after him. He lost contact with the Force. He was on his own. She slapped him next to the ear, and he went down, dazed. If he didn't do something fast, she was going to kill him. The Force. Let it work for you, Luke. Luke heard Ben's voice calling as if from a great distance, echoing across time and space. Yes, he managed a breath as Geary raised her hand, formed now into a blade instead of a fist, a grin of triumph lighting her features. When he blew out his air, he blew his fear out with it. He had to trust the Force completely. Geary slowed, as if she was suddenly mired in thickened time. He saw her hand descending, saw it moving to smash him, but it was so incredibly slow. Why, he could easily just roll aside and stand before she ever reached him. He did so. He felt as if he were moving at normal speed, though there was a crackling feeling to his motion, a sound like a strong wind whistling about his ears. He came up, pivoted, thrust his open palm against the descending chop, shoved it aside. He used his left leg, a sweep that caught Geary behind the right ankle. Her feet left the floor, still moving in slow motion, and she fell, floated down, hit flat on her back. Time speeded up. Leia's yell still echoed down the corridor. Geary hit the floor. He had never heard anybody fall that hard. It was a thump that shook him where he stood. It stunned her. Luke pulled his lightsaber, ignited it. This droid was deadly, too dangerous to remain in existence. He lifted the blade. Lying on her back, stunned, she managed to smile. You won fairly, she said. Go ahead." She would have finished you. Time stalled again, stretched like plastic melting in a hot fire. Luke lowered the blade, shut it off. "Come with us. We can have you reprogrammed." She sat up. "No. If they can find a way around my brain block, if somehow my memory is downloaded, it will be fatal for me, and my master. We have much to answer for. Better to kill me now." "It's not your fault," he said. "You didn't program yourself." "I am what I am, Jedi. I don't think there can be any salvation for me." "Luke, come on!" He shook his head. "There's been enough killing," he said. "I'm not adding to it today." He nodded at her once, turned, and ran. Leia watched Luke click his lightsaber off, say something to the down Geary, then turn and jog toward them. She had lost track of the time, but it had to be getting close. The five of them made it outside to the landing pad. There was no sign of the Millennium Falcon. Zizor's personal ship, the Virago, was on the top level. Since it was always kept fueled and ready to go, it needed no preparation. He reached the ship. With the sounds of the emergency warning system braying over and over, he was somewhat surprised to see the ship guards still in place, albeit they were very nervous. "The building is going to blow up," he said, as if talking about the weather. "Take one of the air speeders and get away. You have 2 minutes to get clear." The guards bowed and hurried away. Perhaps the failure of one was not the failure of all. These 2 guards would keep their jobs when this was done, maybe even get promoted. So rare to find loyalty these days. He hurried onto the Virago and closed the hatch. It would take a minute to bring all the systems online. 30 seconds later, he'd be 5 kilometers away. The Virago was one of the fastest ships on the planet. He settled into the control seat, waved his hand over the computer sensors, and watched the screens light up. He would fly to his skyhook. He had his own navy stationed in and around the space station, several corvettes, a few frigates, hundreds of rebuilt surplus fighters. He assumed those responsible for destroying his castle had a ship standing by to rescue them. By the time that ship made it into orbit, his navy would be waiting. "All systems go," the Virago's computer said. "Good." He reached for the lift controls. More than a minute left. He paused for a second, looked through the view screen at his castle. It was too bad about its destruction. He had spent many good years here, and he would miss it. But he would rebuild a bigger, better, more majestic place, until he could take over the Emperor's castle. He touched the lift controls. The Virago rose smoothly from the pad and away into the bright sunshine. He was a few hundred meters away, clear enough to be safe, when he saw a beat-up Corellian freighter coming at him. The ship seemed to be out of control. It corkscrewed on its horizontal axis, pitched and yawed. Zizor cursed, hit his emergency boosters, and turned. The Virago jagged to port, then jumped as if kicked by a giant boot. The incoming ship barely missed him. What kind of idiot was in control of that vessel? It didn't matter. He was safe. For a moment, he wondered what had happened to Geary. Another loss. Well, life was difficult at times. The trick was to survive, and once again the Dark Prince had done so. Survive, then make your enemies regret that you did. Dash thought first. "Mother of madness!" he yelled, pointing. Luke looked up and saw the Millennium Falcon coming in too fast and spinning like a demented toy gyroscope. As they watched, the wobbly ship straightened. At least it stopped twirling, but it was still coming in too fast. "Duck!" Lando hollered. The 5 of them dropped flat. The ship almost did touch and go. It pulled up no more than a meter from the pad's deck and veered to starboard. The wind of its passage tugged at them. Luke glanced up in the backwash just as the Falcon's port edge hit a Doppler sensor array and shattered it, spraying pieces every which way. "3PO, I'm gonna kill you!" Lando roared. Luke came up with the others and watched the ship circle around. He pulled his comlink. "3PO, cut your drives, bring it on the propulsors only, and hurry." "I'm trying, Master Luke. The controls are somewhat sensitive." The ship hopped upward 100 meters as if hurled by a sling. R2 was going to blow a circuit, he was whistling so fast and so loud. The Falcon lurched, canted sideways, and fell. Righted itself just before it would have plowed into the roof, bouncing upward on an invisible column of air. Finally, the ship lost speed, seemed to float like a falling leaf on a gentle breeze, then stopped and hovered in place 50 meters above them. Luke glanced around. 50 meters? 5,000 meters? It was too far away. They had less than a minute left. Bring it down, you fool droid, Lando yelled. Too bad Lebo isn't at the controls, Dash said. He's a pretty good pilot. While you're wishing, wish that we were at the controls, Leia said. Standing next to the exit were what looked like two sets of folded wings. Abruptly, Luke realized what they were, paragliders. Slip a set of those on you, and you could sail down to a shorter building's top, or kilometers away to the street. If the ship didn't get here in the next few seconds, he was going to strap Leia into one of those and throw her off the building. The other paraglider would have 4 passengers, one of them a Wookiee. They'd be way too heavy, but there was a chance it might work. He'd learned while fighting the walkers on Hoth that he could slow a fall considerably using the Force, and Master Yoda had taught him more. Here she comes, Dash said. The Falcon drifted down toward them. They backed up. The ship hovered upon the landing pad 2 meters up, then dropped like a stone. The landing struts groaned but held. The belly hatch's ramp yawned wide. Go, go, go! Luke yelled. Chewie grabbed Leia, picked her up, and ran. Dash and Lando were right behind, and Luke followed. By the time Luke made it into the ship, the ramp was already closing. Luke followed the others toward the cockpit. They had maybe 30 seconds left. Dash got to the cockpit first, Lando and Luke right behind him. Move! Dash yelled at 3PO. I'm moving! Dash shoved 3PO and slid into the seat. His hands danced over the controls. 3PO fell into a heap against the co-pilot seat. R2 whistled frantically. You don't need to be so rude, Master Dash. There came a deep rumble from underneath them. The Falcon shook. Come on, Dash, Lando yelled. Luke looked through the screen, and even though they were in grave danger, he noticed something. One of the sets of paragliders was gone. The ship lurched, tilted, started to slide. Lifted. Go, go! The Millennium Falcon spun away. As it did, Luke saw the building shake and the landing pad fall away, then drop straight down like a tower of sand with the base kicked out. Smoke rose. A terrible screech like a giant nail being pulled from wet wood came with the smoke. Blasts of fire erupted skyward. Giant electrical conduits sprayed multicolored sparks. Things exploded and hurled shrapnel at them. The ship rocked under the impacts. Dash hit the thrusters, and the Falcon leaped upward. Below, the castle of Zizor, Underlord of Black Sun, collapsed into a heap of flaming, smoking ruin. For once, even Lando didn't have a funny remark. Leia joined the others in the crowded cockpit. Let's get out of here, Luke said. Nothing fancy. Just run as fast as we can. I hear ya, Dash said. 3PO got up from where he had fallen. I thought I flew rather well, he said. Everybody turned to stare at the droid. But I don't think I would like to do it again any time soon, he hurried to add. Luke shook his head, smiled, and started to chuckle. It was an unstoppable release of nervous tension. In a few seconds they were all laughing except 3PO and R2. What is so funny? 3PO asked indignant. That set them off again. They'd made it. They were safe. Well, almost. But at least the hard part should be over. 40. Zizor was angry, and save for the death of his family, could not recall ever having been more so. His castle was gone, his valuables, much of his massive information base, all destroyed in an instant, artifacts and records that could not be replaced because they had no duplicates anywhere else, blackmail files, personal projects, the most central secrets of Black Sun since he had taken over, gone, just like that. It would take years to recover, and should something happen to him, his successor would never know much of what was missing, because he would never know it had ever existed. He wouldn't even know who had been responsible. All the files on Skywalker and the Princess had been in his personal computer, and it and its backups were slag. Whatever anger he felt, it was no longer in his voice as Zizor called ahead to his skyhook. He had figured out that the small Corellian freighter that had nearly smashed into him as he leaped away from his castle was the same one his people had been searching for. The same one that had come to rescue Skywalker and Leia and their friends. Perhaps it had failed in that mission. Given the way things had been going of late, likely that was not so. Best to be sure. Being the head of a shipping concern had some advantages when it came to describing ships. There is a dilemma, saucer-style Corellian freighter leaving the planet shortly, he told the commander of his navy over the comm. It is a YT 1300, a little over 25 meters long, 100-ton capacity. Locate it and destroy it. If you can disable it and capture the crew and passengers, that would also be acceptable. If, however, it gets past you and anybody else I consider responsible will be fertilizer before the next sunrise. Are we perfectly clear on that? Clear, my prince. Good. He reached for the comm switch to shut off the transmission. I've got you now, Skywalker. I beg your pardon, Highness? What? Nothing. Never mind. He flipped the switch and killed the transmission. Probably should not have mentioned Skywalker's name that way, but it didn't matter. The Opchan was scrambled. It did not matter. He was so close to finishing this now. He looked at the Council's timer. He should be at the Skyhook shortly. My Lord Vader, you asked to see anything regarding this name, the officer said. Vader stared at the man, took the printout flimsy from him and scanned it. Where did this originate? An encoded transmission from the ship Virago, my lord, en route to the Skyhook, Falleen's Fist in high orbit. The ship is registered to. I know who it is registered to, Vader said. He crumpled the thin plastic hard copy sheet in his hand. And though the attending officer could not see it, Darth Vader smiled, ignoring the pain it caused. Prepare my shuttle, he said. He had warned Zizor to stay away from Luke. The criminal had chosen to ignore that order. That was a grievous error. As much as it was possible, Vader was delighted. They had played Zizor's game long enough. Now they would play his. Dash said, Take over, would you, Luke? Sure. Luke, already in the co-pilot seat, took the controls. Where are you going? Nowhere. I just need to whistle up my steed. What? Dash pulled a small black rectangular box from his belt. Long-range shielded single-channel comlink. Time to have Lebo lift and put my ship into orbit. We can rendezvous. I can borrow one of your suits. This bucket still has vac suits, doesn't it? And get back to a real ship instead of this rickety crate. Luke smiled. I guess we can do that. After that, you go your way, I'll go mine. I figure the cleanup bill for that building down there ought to go a long way to balancing my account with the Empire. You really ought to consider signing on with the Alliance, Luke said. You're a good man and we could use you. Thanks, Luke, but I don't think so. I'm not much of a joiner. He tapped the command button on a specialized comlink. Hey, Lebo, you rust bucket, get your gears meshing and meet me with the following coordinates. My master's not in at the moment. Who is calling, please? Very funny, Dash said. He looked at Luke. Never buy a droid programmed by a failed comedian. Zizor's landing at the Skyhook was uneventful. His navy had already deployed. Since they had all the proper clearances, the Imperial Navy didn't bother them. Zizor strode to his command center, a deck surrounded by transparent steel plate that allowed him an almost 360-degree, unimpeded view of space around the Skyhook. He had the comm to his commander open. A holoproj of the man appeared. Yes, my prince? Have you deployed your vessels, Commander? Yes, Highness. Our sensors have been set to detect any ship matching the criteria you gave me. If it comes this way, we'll spot it. Good. Keep me informed. The image vanished, and Zizor stared out into the blackness of space. He had heard the buzz of conversation when he arrived. The rumor had reached her fast, though no one dared speak directly to him about the disaster below. Well, no matter. He had survived worse. He would survive this, survive it, and somehow turn it into a victory. Thanks for the ride, Dash said over the comm. The Outrider hung just off the Millennium Falcon's port bow in a matching orbit. If you had a good arm, you could hit it with a rock, even in full gravity. Dash had jetted across the short gap, complaining all the while about how bad the borrowed suit smelled. Want to race to the jump spot? Luke said. He now sat at the controls, taking a turn piloting. Lando sat next to him. Leia stood behind him. Dash laughed. You want a parsec head start? No, A hard green beam of light flashed between the two ships. The sighting ray of a big ship's cannon. You couldn't see the laser itself in vacuum, of course, but it followed the ionized marker you could see precisely. Somebody was shooting at them. Uh-oh, looks like we got company. More laser and charged particle bolts blinked, none really close. Well, no closer than a couple of meters. Luke punched it. The Falcon jumped like a startled hopperoo. Lando said, "We got an unmarked Corvette coming in at 270 and 4 fighters at 379. These aren't Imperial ships. Who are these guys?" "Who cares?" Luke said. "We gotta move. Chewie, the guns." "You heard the man, Furball," Leia said. "You want dorsal or ventral?" Chewie harned. He and Leia disappeared. "Good luck, Dash," Luke yelled. "You too, Luke." Luke pointed the Falcon into the deep and ran. The ship rocked as a beam found the shields and splashed from them. They needed to get clear of the system, fast, and make the jump to hyperspace. "Prince Zizor, we have located the Corellian freighter," came the commander's voice from the holoproj. "And?" "We are engaging it now. It should be destroyed momentarily." Zizor nodded. "Don't be too sure, Commander. They seem to be extremely lucky." "They'll need more than luck, my prince. We have them completely surrounded. They'll need a miracle." Zizor nodded again. "There's a wall between us and where we need to go," Luke said. "So find another way," Lando said. "You want me to fly her?" "No." A beam hit them, slapped them crooked. The shields held. Lando yelled into the comlink. "I thought you two were supposed to be shooting back." Both Chewie and Leia yelled at him, but Luke was too busy flying to pay attention to what they said. He put the Falcon into a power climb and turned the move into a half twist at the top of the arc, heading back the way they'd come. "Chewie wants to know how he's supposed to hit anything with you looping like that," Lando said. "How can he miss? We're surrounded. He should hit something no matter where he shoots." A black shape zipped past them, the Outrider, cannons blazing. Ahead of the Falcon, a fighter exploded. Lando said, "See how it's done, Chewie?" Chewie yelled something back at Lando. "Have you stopped the ship yet, Commander?" "Not yet, Highness. They are, quite skilled. And there are 2 ships returning our fire. We don't have a transponder signal on the other one, but it's heavily armed." "If my navy can't defeat 2 ships, it certainly needs another commander," Zizor said. "We will defeat them. Our net is closing. They're running out of room." The attacking ships had formed a loose hemisphere in space. There were an awful lot of civilian freighter and passenger ships going to and coming from the planet, and it was all Luke could do to avoid hitting one of them as he dodged the fighters buzzing them. The civilians tried to get out of the way, which made things worse. And sooner or later the Imperial Navy was going to wake up and probably add to the confusion. Why they hadn't already made Luke wonder. As he watched, one of the aggressors fired at the Falcon. The cannon's beam struck one of those passenger ships, punched a hole through a power converter, and caused a bright flash as the unit shorted out. Lot of damage. Probably nobody hurt. "Lousy shots," Lando said. "Don't care who they hit." Luke nodded. He had thought they might weave in and out of the thick traffic and avoid being blasted, but it seemed Lando was right. The bad guys didn't care who got fried. The attackers had them boxed. There didn't seem to be any way out. Too bad he couldn't get to his X-Wing. Though one more ship probably wouldn't be much help. Things looked bad. Really bad. One of the attacking fighters came straight at them, cannons winking hot plasma eyes. The attacker exploded. The Falcon blew through the cloud of debris. It pattered like hard rain against the shields. "Good shot!" Luke yelled. "Who got it? Was that you, Leia?" "Not me," her voice came back. "I got plenty to worry about coming in for my side. Must have been Chewie." Chewie said something. Lando said, "Chewie didn't get it either." Luke blinked. "Then who did?" Over the comm. "Hey, Luke. Okay if we join your party?" "Wedge! What are you doing here?" "Waiting for you. Dash's droid sent us a distress signal. Sorry it took so long to get here." Another of the unmarked attackers blossomed into a fireball. "Well, just don't let it happen again," Luke said. He grinned. Now that Rogue Squadron was here, the odds were a little better. He swung the Falcon into a wide turn. "There seems to be a slight problem, my prince," the commander said. Zizor, watching the flashes of weapons and exploding ships from his deck, frowned. "So I noticed. Why are your ships blowing up, Commander?" "A squadron of X-Wing fighters has joined the fray. No more than a dozen of them. It will merely delay the inevitable." "Are you certain, Commander?" We still outnumber them 20 to 1, Highness, and our frigates are standing by in case they get past the corvettes and fighters. They cannot escape. Hope that you are right, Commander. Luke did a belly-twisting power dive at almost a 90-degree angle to their path. A trio of fighters stayed with him, firing all the while. He was glad to see the rogues on the one hand. On the other hand, they were losing the fight. With all the civilian traffic around, the wheel worlds and skyhooks, the power sets, the communication switching platforms, and who knew what else, the space around Coruscant was anything but pure vacuum. The comm hummed with conversations. "I got him, Luke," Wedge said. "No, let me," Dash said. Another attacker blew up off the port side. "That one was mine," Leia said. "You figured out who these guys are?" "Not yet," Luke said. "Bet your credit they're Zizors." Luke and Lando exchanged glances. Of course, that made sense. Not that it made any difference. "Two coming in at 150, Lando yelled. Luke punched it. The Millennium Falcon rocketed away in a steep turn. "What are you doing up there?" Leia yelled. "Giving you a perfect setup shot," Luke yelled back. Vader stalked the bridge of the Executor. "How long before we can get around the planet?" he asked. "A few minutes, my lord," the nervous commander answered. "As soon as we come within range, establish communications with the Skyhook Falling's fist. I will speak with Prince Zizor." "Of course, my lord." "I think we got problems, buddy," Dash said. His voice was calm over the comm, but it was also resigned. Luke nodded. "Wedge?" "I'm afraid he's right, Luke. These guys are only so-so pilots, but there are a lot of them. I figure we're still outnumbered 15 to 1, and there are a couple of frigates who are just sitting there waiting. We don't have room to run, don't have room to maneuver. They're closing in, and they don't care if they kill civilian ships either." "Yeah," Luke said. He took a deep breath. "Well, I guess all we can do is take as many of them with us as we can. Unless anybody wants to surrender." Both Dash and Wedge laughed. "That's what I thought. May the Force be with you." Luke flew as he had never flown before. He weaved, rolled, stalled, dived, threw power turns that came close to blacking them all out. He was giving it his best, and he had the Force helping him, but they were losing. It would only be a matter of time. "Prince Zizor, we are starting to pick them off. 3 of the X-Wings have been destroyed or disabled. Our net is closing in. It will only be a matter of time." Zizor nodded. "Finally." "Coming within range, Lord Vader." "Good. Deploy your fighters." Leia tracked the incoming fighter, fired, missed, swiveled in the gun seat. The fighter streaked past. Well, there was another right behind it, and more behind that one. She lined up, fired, saw the lances of energy rake the attacker, saw part of a wing shatter and spew away, saw the wounded fighter spin out of control. There were hundreds of the blasted things, and counting Dash and the Falcon, they were down to, what, 9, 10 ships? It looked as if Zizor was going to win after all. Luke saw the TIE fighters screaming toward them, a dozen at least. Lando said, "Uh-oh." "Yeah, I wondered what was keeping them." Luke looked at Lando. "Listen, thanks for everything, Lando. You've been a good friend." "I don't want to hear that kind of talk. I still am a good friend." Luke nodded, turned back to look at the TIE fighters. There was nowhere to go. Space was thick with ships. It was like trying to fly through a hailstorm without being hit. He took a deep breath. Saw the TIEs flash past. Watched them take out 2 of the unmarked attackers. "Huh?" Lando said. "Luke," came Leia's voice through the comlink. "I just saw—" I know. What's going on?" Zizor heard the panic in his commander's voice. "Highness, we're being attacked by the Imperial Navy." Next to him, the communications tech waved frantically. Zizor fixed the man with a baleful stare. "This better be good. Your life hangs in the balance." It's Lord Vader. He wants to speak to you." Vader. He should have known. "Put him on." Vader's image swirled into being in front of him. Zizor went on the offensive immediately. "Lord Vader, why is the Navy attacking my ships?" There was a pause, then Vader said, "Because the ships, under your orders, are engaging in criminal activity." "Nonsense! My ships are trying to stop a rebel traitor who destroyed my castle." There came another pause. "You have 2 standard minutes to recall your vessels," Vader said, "and to offer yourself into my custody." The coldness at Zizor's core blossomed uncontrolled into an angry heat. He tried to keep his voice calm. "I will not. I will take this up with the Emperor." "The Emperor is not here. I speak for the Empire, Zizor." "Prince Zizor." "You may keep the title. For another 2 minutes." Zizor forced a confident smile. "What are you going to do, Vader? Destroy my skyhook? You wouldn't dare. The Emperor—" "I warned you to stay away from Skywalker. Recall your ships and surrender into my custody or pay the consequences. I will risk the Emperor's displeasure." He paused. "However, you will not be there to see it this time." Zizor felt a surge of fear as the image of Vader turned ghostly and vanished. Would he do it? Would he fire on the skyhook? He had less than 2 minutes before he found out. He had better decide what he was going to do. Fast. "Luke, look out!" Lando yelled. "I see 'em." Luke put the Falcon into a steep climb, but there were more ships looming at that angle, and he peered off to starboard. The vacuum was filled with energy flashes, debris of destroyed ships, more ships than he'd ever seen in such a small place. The area looked like a nest of angry mermans. But, while the TIE fighters occasionally fired on the X-Wings, they seemed to be targeting the unmarked attackers, Zizor's ships. Why? They're on the same side, aren't they? Luke didn't realize he'd spoken this aloud until Lando said, "Thank your lucky stars for small favors. If they're shooting at each other, they aren't shooting at us. Look out!" Luke zagged, missed the oncoming fighter by centimeters. He felt a familiar disturbance in the Force then. Vader? No time to worry about that either. Luke put his questions aside for later, if there was a later for them, and concentrated on flying the Falcon. The commander of Zizor's navy put in a frantic call to his master. Vader listened to the decoded communication over the speaker system. "My prince, we are being destroyed by the attackers. We are outnumbered and being slaughtered. I need permission to offer our surrender. Highness?" Vader watched the chronometer, enjoyed the time melting away. Not much left for the Dark Prince now. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. 5. The terrified commander kept babbling. "Prince Zizor, please respond. We must surrender or we'll be blown to pieces. Please." 4 seconds left. 3 seconds. "Highness, I—" The commander's transmission ended abruptly. One of the Imperial fighters must have gotten him. 2. 1. "Commander, destroy the skyhook." One did not stay in command of Darth Vader's ship by questioning orders. "Yes, my lord." Darth Vader took a deep breath, painful as it was to do so, and let it out slowly. Smiled, unseen. "Goodbye, Zizor, and good riddance." As it happened, the Millennium Falcon was facing it when the skyhook exploded. Luke saw the giant Star Destroyer's powerful beam strobe, saw it pierce the skyhook. The planetoid shattered, blew apart, went nova, became a small star that burned brightly for an instant before it faded, leaving millions of glowing pieces behind. It was a spectacular sight for all its violence. It reminded Luke of the explosion that had destroyed the Death Star. "Oh man," Lando said softly. "They must have made someone real mad." Luke shook his head, didn't speak. Dash said, "Heads up, boys. Follow me." Luke blinked. "Huh?" "Somebody just opened us an escape hatch." "Are you crazy? We can't fly through that wreckage." "We don't have a choice. There are ships everywhere. What's the matter, kid? Don't you think you can do it?" "If you can, my droid can. Go." Luke understood what Dash meant. It'd be tricky. Dangerous, but the space around the destroyed skyhook was relatively clear. The debris was expanding outward. If they could avoid being holed by the stuff on the way there, it was their best chance. "Yee-haw!" somebody in Rogue Squadron yelled. Luke laughed. He knew just how they felt. They headed for the debris, and it looked as if it was going to be just fine. The good guys had triumphed. "Look out, Dash!" Lando yelled. Luke could hardly spare a glance, but he did, just in time to see a block of shattered skyhook the size of a Resiplex zero in on the outrider. "Dash!" Luke yelled. It was too close to avoid. There was an atotinic flare of light too bright to look at. Luke turned away, saw Lando throw one arm up to block the glare. When the light faded, the outrider had vanished. "Oh, man," Lando said. He's gone." Just like that. The sweet taste of triumph went bitter in Luke's mouth. There wasn't enough time to worry, though. "Brace yourselves. This is going to be rough." The debris flashed around them, impacts waiting at every turn. He was sorry about Dash. The man had turned out to be okay after all, but he didn't want to end up a pile of flaming rubble. He let the force take him and flew. The Secret Alliance base was light years away from Coruscant, and they had barely made it. But they had made it. Luke stood with Leia, Lando, and Chewie, with 3PO and R2 behind them. The building was, like so many of the Alliance structures, a big, cheap prefab unit. It did boast a large transparisteel that faced out from the surface of the asteroid into the blackness of space. Luke stared through the thick transparisteel into the depths of the galaxy. "So, if Zizor was on that skyhook like our intelligence reports say, I would guess that would put a stop to Black Sun bounty hunters looking to kill you," Lando said. "There's still Vader," Leia said. Luke looked at her, shook his head. "I don't think Vader wants me dead. Yet, anyway. I'll deal with him when the time comes." They looked up to see Wedge approaching. "Got a message for you, Luke," Wedge said, "from the Bothans. It was for Dash, but, well." He trailed off. Anyway. That missile Dash supposedly missed during the fracas off Kothlis? Turns out he didn't miss." "What?" Luke blinked at Wedge. Thing was one of the Empire's new diamond boron armored jobs. Nothing he had to throw at it could have stopped it. The Bothans wanted him to know. Luke felt a lump of liquid air form in his belly. Oh, man. Dash hadn't screwed up, but now he would never know. How awful. To get taken out before you could learn that you hadn't been responsible for the loss of your comrades. And worse was the knowledge that Luke had felt just a little bit glad, not for the deaths, but to see the braggart Dash taken down a notch. Oh, man. "What are you going to do now?" Wedge said. "We're going to get Han," Luke said. "If he isn't on Tatooine yet, he soon will be." "Going to dance into the Hutt's guarded palace and get him? Just like that?" Wedge said. "I have a plan," Luke said. He turned and looked at the stars. Maybe he wasn't a master yet, but he had learned a lot. He was a Jedi Knight, and that was enough for now. Epilogue. In the Emperor's most private sanctum, Darth Vader knelt before his master. He believed he had reason to be worried. "You defied my orders, Lord Vader." "Yes, my master, but I hope I have not failed you." "Get up." Vader stood. The Emperor favored Vader with a dark smile. "I am not unaware that Zizor served his own ends, and that you were shrewd to have uncovered his plot. I knew about it, of course." Vader did not speak. "Are we certain he is dead?" "I do not see how he could have survived. I watched his skyhook blown to bits." "Just as well. Black Sun is useful, but it is also like Chiru. Cut off its head and another will appear to replace it." He cackled, amused at his own simile. "Perhaps the next leader will be equally dangerous," Vader said. "No leader of Black Sun could ever be a match for the power of the dark side." "But what of the plot to ensnare the rebel leaders?" "The new Death Star will draw them in, and this time you and I will be there to finish this rebellion." Vader wanted to shake his head. As always, the Emperor was one step ahead of him. "Young Skywalker will be there too. I have seen it." Vader sighed. "It is all proceeding exactly as I have foreseen it, Lord Vader." He smiled again, and Vader felt a chill touch him. Truly, there was no one in the galaxy who had control of the dark side as did the Emperor. It was a weakness in Vader that he could feel that fear. Some part of Anakin Skywalker still existed in him, despite all he had done. He would have to eliminate it, or it would eventually be his undoing. In Ben's house on Tatooine, Luke took a deep breath and reached for calmness. They didn't expect that Jabba would be interested in the proposal, given what they had learned about how nasty he was, but that was not the point. Lando had a way in, as did Chewie and Leia, and this should get 3PO and R2 into the palace. If the Hutt was willing to negotiate, it would save a lot of trouble, but none of them really expected it. Jabba was, according to all they'd learned, extremely mean-spirited, and he didn't need the money. Too bad. Oh well, they'd just have to do things the hard way. What else was new? Okay, R2, start recording. R2 bleeped. Greetings, Exalted One. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight and friend to Captain Solo. I know that you are a powerful, mighty Jabba, and that your anger with Solo must be equally powerful. I seek an audience with your greatness to bargain for Solo's life. That ought to be servile enough, though if what they'd heard was true, Jabba would probably start laughing about now. Luke paused for a moment, caught his breath, went on. With your wisdom, I'm sure that we can work out an arrangement which will be mutually beneficial and enable us to avoid any unpleasant confrontation. Small chance of that, but he pressed on. As a token of my goodwill, I present to you a gift. These 2 droids. Luke fought the grin that threatened him. No doubt whatsoever that 3PO would be stunned to hear this when the recording was played. Luke considered telling him, but thought it would be better if he didn't know. He got rattled so easily. Besides, 3PO's surprise would help convince Jabba. Both are hard-working and will serve you well, Luke finished. He glanced at R2, raised an eyebrow, and the little droid shut its recorder off. Leia, standing behind R2, shook his head. You think that will do it? Luke shrugged. I hope so. Only one way to find out. She moved closer, touched his arm. Luke said, Hey, after all we just went through, rescuing one beat-up old pirate ought to be easy, right? She smiled. Right. He returned her smile. His emotions were mixed. He didn't know how she really felt, about him or about that beat-up old pirate, but he knew how he felt about both of them. Whatever happened, he had to do the right thing. That was just how things were, and the right thing here was simple, if not easy. Hang on, Han. We're coming for you. About the author. Steve Perry is the author of dozens of science fiction and fantasy novels, the most recent of which is Spindock, and numerous teleplays for a variety of series. He lives in Oregon with his wife, who publishes a small monthly newspaper. You've been listening to Star Wars: Shadows of the Empire by Steve Perry. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed my reading of this audiobook and would like to contribute, you can head on over to www.patreon.com/theexpandeduniverselives forever. The link is also in the video's description.